Alright, but we're live on TikTok and YouTube. I don't know if anyone's looted any of this. You know what it could be? I made nights shorter than they normally are. So the day is still an hour long, but nights themselves are short. It might be that the shorter night is like time itself is moving slightly fast forward. That is possible, because I was trying to make it so we didn't spend half our time at night. If that is the case, I don't think that'd be the biggest thing, but I could just make a note to adjust it. I'm guessing people already looted this place. Well, that's interesting. You're supposed to be able to see other people on the map. Okay, yeah, people are looting. For those who don't know where we're at on the map, we are at the Lake Fallis boot camp. It is a boot camp in quotes. Unlike the other boot camp at Rosewood, which can actually get military gear, this one cannot. But this is north of Lake Fallis, so when you spawn in, you're going to want to go south. I just wanted it to be a location that zombies don't normally spawn, a nice little ways away from that, so you should have a safe-ish place. I do understand the loot's going to be terrible. You can see others on the main map. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we definitely have at least 5 other people here. We don't have any modded maps or anything else like going that. It's basically just a barracks. Yeah. It's just people get all excited because they'll see the military clothes. They'll be like, oh, cool, it's military gear. It's like, yeah, actually, it's not. I think you can get hiking bags is like the nicest thing you can spawn in there is the large hiking bags. I think they can have hunting knives. But that's about it. So let's see. You stole the one backpack? Yeah, I actually did see the backpack when I was running my tests. Because when I just restarted the server, like, reset the server, but it was the same, like, seed and everything, so the loot was the same. Alright, this... I forgot I made my inventory bigger for, the multiplayer event. I was trying to get up there to knock them down, or get them before they got up when I saw you fighting them, but not quite fast enough. Alright. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? You know, I got excited when I first found that place, and then it was disappointment. Oh, yeah. That was a whole big thing. Yeah, so I have no way to gauge how I am doing compared to the hunger versus everyone else. Like I said, if there's anything that we run into settings that feel wrong, like we're getting hungry just way too fast, we can adjust it. What I'll probably try and do with stuff like that is we'll let it run for a little while, maybe a couple of hours, like collect a small list of here's the things that aren't right. And then, because my assumption is I'll have to reset the server, like restart, not like reset like the map, whatever, but just take down the server, bring it back up when we hit that point. That we could address that when we get there. And thank you, Bentley, for the 85 stream streak. I suddenly realized I did not welcome everyone in and do the stuff because I knew the moment I put that information out for the server that people are gonna start logging into the game. And I didn't want everyone to get, like, super far ahead. Most of these things can be changed as you go. Yeah, stuff that doesn't have to do with map generation, you can usually change as you go, but some of them you have to stop this, like, you have to stop and start the server kind of thing. Oh, I'm getting cold. I mean, I guess it's 55. We're on normal temperature settings. Alright, meanwhile, while my character rests for just a moment. Why is my mouse trapped in the window? Portal's window. Alright, but we've got here today Bongspill, Kiriliz, Sentient Cookie getting the first. Burning Sun, Darth Strider, the very last Lardine, She-Wolf, Eonek, Flack is here. And just working our way down the list real fast. Make sure I don't miss anyone. We got Donkey Duff popping in here. And then we got Ben Lee. Ben Lee on an 85 stream streak. So thank you so much for that. I do really appreciate that. I wonder if there's an easy way to see... Oh, and PvP is turned off. I'm trying to see if there's an easy way for me to keep an eye on how many people are on the server at any given moment. About the best I could do at the moment is this, which, like I said, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To basically know when I need to upscale things. The zombie population might not actually be like what you should be seeing yet. It's supposed to be, you know, it's supposed to be at 8 times pop, but because when I started the map, it didn't take the 8 times pop to begin with, it might scale up to 8 times pop over the next couple in-game days, as opposed to just being there to start with. So if it seems like a little light, just enjoy that you're getting a little breather. And hey, Lardine, how's it going? Alright. I mean, that actually looks pretty appropriate for 8 times pop for Lake Fallis. Lake Fallis is a pretty quiet city. Yes, I'm drinking poisonous water. Don't judge. It's probably okay. Alright. If you do get caught with a queue, let me know. I'm just trying to keep an eye on, like, if I need to upgrade the server or not. Because I didn't want to sit there and buy, like, a server with, like, 50 slots or whatever, because, one, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't run well. But, with, like, 50 slots or so, unless we actually needed them, because servers get heckin' expensive. But I'm not against upgrading the server to support what we need. I just have no idea what we're going to get so far as a turnout. Alright. So I'm guessing someone already went down the main drag for the fact that all these windows are busted out and everything. There should be a grocery store down here. We are going to be a bit weapon-starved at the beginning. And I've got myself a hammer, so I've got a weapon. Some extra saws and gas cans. Right now I just need food. Cereal will do. And I will eat a taco shell immediately. Calm down, music. It's okay. Alright. So, snagged a little snacky snack. We're gonna go ahead and just slam down an entire bottle of ketchup. And another bottle of ketchup. That'd be the queasy from drinking the contaminated water catching up to me. We should be okay. I didn't drink that much contaminated water. I'm assuming I need to adjust the volume on the music. Because it seems like the music is absolutely blasting to me. But there's no pause on multiplayer, so I can't just do it real fast. Give me the hand fork, give me the backpack. It's great you can hear in the background for once. To be clear though, it's one of those things that I try to have a certain amount of balance with the music. And it does mean for some people if you have the stream turned down lower, you're just not going to hear the music, which, you know, that is what it is. Also, you did spawn Hungry and Thirsty. I'm thinking while you're in the character creation screen, it might be counting up the hunger and the thirst or something weird like that. But yeah, no, the problem is not everyone has the same stuff and all that stuff. And so what ends up happening is it is those things that you have to kind of tweak because no matter what settings you put your sound to, there's going to be someone those are bad settings for. But you're trying to just kind of go, okay, other people tuned in are like 70-80% you got the music about right or the sounds about right. Because to me, the music feels way loud compared to everything else, which I normally don't have Project Zomboid's music on. That gunshot brought a lot to us that we don't need. I'm gonna have to retreat here at the rate we're going. Yeah, so we're kind of having like the first incursion to town. Really, we just need to kind of get ourselves established where we're not just being overwhelmed. The big problem I have is I am doing my normal 0 to hero style run. Something's not right with the server. It shouldn't be night again already. I'll go in and check the settings in a minute. It shouldn't already be night again. Days are an hour long normally, and that's what it should be set to. So something... I'm wondering if where I adjusted the speed of night to be faster, I'm wondering if what it actually did is just sped up the entire day, which would be terrible. Because that'd have ramifications for tons of stuff. These are the kind of things we're expecting to run into. I didn't like run and sit on the Yeah, no, something's definitely wrong with the timing. Once I get 2 seconds where I'm not actively being swarmed by zombies, I'm gonna try and hide someplace, go and adjust some settings. There might be a server, like, reboot kind of thing. If that happens, I'll let people know so people have like a 5-minute warning to run and hide. Alright. Okay, so bear with me a second. We're having a bit of a server issue, so I'm going to go and try and figure that out real fast, where it seems like time is passing way faster than it probably should be. So let's try and get to our configuration files real fast. And I will go to where it said night. Game time stops when no players are online. Pause on empty, yes. That's PvP time. The time it takes for a player to leave PvP, don't care, don't care, don't care. Maxing our players can be on the server. That's locked by our server host anyways. Announcing people die. Number of in-game minutes it takes to read a page. We made that faster. Oh, and there is a thing where if someone doesn't log on the server for very long, like for a long time, they'll eventually lose their safe house. Come on, where are you at? That might be what's at the problem. Factions. Yeah, no, it's a lot of the stuff is being handled on the server side. I'm also not running as an... Oh, I'm hearing the radio downstairs. Like, what? Alright, so bear with me. I'm just trying to go and figure all this stuff. We don't care about PvP stuff. It's a shame that all of this is, like, too hard. Like, I just had to go through configuration files that don't really have good organization. Like, you just can't go through, like, the UI real fast kind of thing. I have to, like, go through text files, and it's just arbitrarily, they'll have, like, a couple things about faction, and then a couple things about this that are mostly unrelated to each other. Sleep aloud. Well, the push-to-talk key should be controlled on your end. If it's still there, then, so I see the thing where it changed how long the times. Hours for loot respawn. Ping limits. Da-da-da-da-da. Public. Checksums. What ports? Force player spawn location. So it's not this file. That's the other thing. There's multiple files. So it's not in the server file. Max players, ping limit, hours for loot respawn. Oh, and I believe you have to survive 2 days to be able to get a safe house. Okay, so it's not this one. Alright, so it's not that save file. That means I need to go to the file hierarchy of the server, go into the server's actual stuff, which is not in the server folder like you'd think it is. It's in the profile folder. Servers are great. So is it going to be the options INI or the server Lua? It'll be the server Lua, because the file INI has to do with individual settings more. So it'll either be server test. No, it won't be server test INI. It'll be the server var Lua. Okay. So there's a zombie population multiplier. Redistribution. Day length. Which I assume that's in hours. Where was the thing where I could change how long the night was? Because I think that's what's messing with it. That there was a setting for messing with the length of night, and I changed that because, like, oh, we can make night shorter, so we're not staring at the dark for long hours. Um, Here we can just do a search for night. That's nighttime meta events. Governs the time from dawn until dusk. Default is 3. We have that. Okay. So that'll correct that. And I'm gonna go to the day length and put it back to what they had it for. So that'll save. I don't know if I have to reboot the server for that to take effect. Alright, so let's drink something real fast. Let's eat something real fast, because we're getting heckin' hungry. Which we shouldn't be getting this hungry this fast. I'm just gonna slam down the entire box of cereal. Yeah, so, I will give people 5 minutes to get someplace safe. And then we're probably gonna have to do a server reboot for these settings to take effect. So I do apologize for that. I did mention that when we started the server, we would probably have some pain points and all that. That said, we are doing pretty good. The server had, I think it was 7 people on it when I looked a moment ago. All right, I do see someone's fighting on the other side of the wall there. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people by me. The wizard seems to be hiding in a closet or something. Burn is running around by a building, so I'm assuming they're getting themselves safe right now. We don't have him back at the boot camp. Yep. But yeah, so I'll give it 5 minutes, and that's by my clock, so we're only 1 minute in. And then we're gonna do a reboot. So get safe. You'll probably want to log out of the server once you've gotten safe. This map is terrible. My eyes. Oh, was it still at the diagonal? Oh yeah, the fact that there's no dark mode for this map. Yeah, so I'm kind of seeing to like, I think people's dots will wink out when they disappear. I'm guessing the wizard's safe in their house, because they seem to be tucked in a corner. So I'm assuming they're like in the bathroom or the bedroom. Yeah, they just disappeared. Yeah, so as people log out, they'll disappear. Oh, you're the wizard. I understand. It looks like Burnen's trying to find themselves someplace safe, which I'm assuming they're running around over there and they got a bunch of zombies, because if they're already over here, they're basically just jogging from house to house trying to grab stuff, which is not unexpected, both from normal play as well. Oh, I forgot that they even did that. For those who don't know, your 3D model actually shows up on that. Can't get safe? Yeah, and that's, yeah, because you're in the thick of it. Probably your best bet for getting safe is just run north into the woods. Okay. Yeah, just northwest, that direction. Be careful about the farmhouse to the west. There's usually actually a decent number of zombies up there. But if you just run north that lake, there is nothing out in that area. But yeah, so the settings they had in the server implied it was a 3-hour day before. And I was like, no, we're not doing a 3-hour day. That is a hard pass on me. I have done the servers that do a 3-hour day, and it is not a good time in my book. As long as okay, looks like the only one still on the map, so I'm assuming everyone else is off. And so what we're going to do is we're going to actually quit back to here. And I'm going to hide my screen for just a moment. And the reason I'm going to hide my screen for just a moment is that way I don't reveal the server IP and all that. But, so double check to make sure I save changes. I'm going to restart the server. It'll take a minute to do this, so I will let you know when it's back up. Look at there. Can you soften that? Because you really... Not getting food and water. I think the only way I can reset the map is to literally go in and find the map file in the server hierarchy and delete the chunk that associates with the town, which the chunk that associates with the town aren't named in any meaningful way. They're literally like chunk, like 1,432. So unfortunately there just isn't really a way to do that elegantly. If it was something like there was the Lake Fallis North chunk, Lake Fallis West chunk, I could do that, but I think it's fine. Let's be honest, we were gonna trash that town anyways. But yeah. Because we're just starting at this point. We're gonna go delete all the chunks. I'm hesitant to do so because this doesn't run like... The way the server runs is very different than when I'm playing solo. To me, it's not a big deal. I know, like you said, you've probably smashed a bunch of windows, tore up some doors and all that. That was probably going to happen in the short term anyways. It's a very small town, just only got like 20 houses or something like that. It was going to get wrecked. I'm not worried about it. Plus, we're probably going to run into more issues. To beeline to the farmer's market, the stale food by the time you got there. Yeah. Okay, so in theory, the server should be reset, so let me try joining back up. And I will show my screen again. Hey, Belinar, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Welcome in, raiders. We're just, connection failed. Alright, give me a moment to hide my screen again. And try that again. Let's refresh. It does say it is online. So then we will... I think when I shut down the server, it still showed me as online. It's fine. But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know, Belinar, an absolutely fantastic content creator, was playing some backpack battles. I was in there lurking a little bit earlier. But a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency team. And, you know, just definitely someone to check out. I occupy position 2 in the connection queue. Did we exceed what the server could handle? I fully expect I'm probably gonna have to upgrade the server. It's fine. But welcome in, raiders. I am Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, we have set up our server all over again. Well, we have set up a server for the first time now, I should say. And we're dealing with some pains because this is the first time I've set up a server, so... You know... It's a new connection queue. Yeah, no, that's the thing that's curious, is I didn't know how many people are going to join the server. So I have it set up with what I provisioned hardware-wise. But there's a very good chance it might not be adequate. We'll see when we get there. But yeah, so we got a server running. All you have to do to join is you must join the Discord, because that's where the information is. Please do not share that information outside of the Discord, just because then if it gets out to people who are going to troll the server, then I've got to make it subs only, and that's no fun. But if I'm forced to do it, I'm forced to do it. So I'm hoping that won't be necessary, but we'll figure out when we get there. Only one can join the game at a time normally? Gotcha. Thanks for the heads up. Okay, so we got some saucepans, some frying pans, and all that. Got a rolling pin. But yeah, so we just started the server up about 40 minutes ago. So we're very much at the very beginning of it. But we are figuring some stuff out as it goes. That the server had... We can't see the game? Oh, weird. Oh, I understand. That's on me. I chose display capture, not game capture. I haven't gone anywhere. I've been inside here just looting. We found a rolling pin. We found a couple of vegetables in the fridge. And I saw a pencil and eraser. So that's all you missed. Let's see, you used to load in with 5 or 6 people at the same time? Yeah, didn't we have a map legend UI? I don't see it on the map. Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. I did grab the mod. The mod should be there. There might be a special button for that UI. So, don't really know what to tell you. But yeah, when you spawn in, you're going to spawn into the boot camp up there. There's nothing worthwhile there. You just want to go south from there. And that's just that way you weren't in the middle of the city while we were trying to take it and getting murdered immediately. You're not seeing the skill journal option? To give you an idea, when it came to loading all these mods, I had to get the Steam Workshop ID and add them one by one, and it wouldn't even tell me which mod was added. So it is possible I've missed that mod. I will deal with that as soon as this food is cooked. And see... Yeah, so we'll see. If it's something that was also like not in the workshop correctly kind of thing, we'll try and figure it out. Let me look into it. The journal is in there, you just had to download it. I don't know. This is actually why I normally don't run server. Thank you for startling me. This is actually why I normally don't run servers, is because of all of this kind of stuff that you could spend days doing, like just trying to fix one thing after another to try and get where you need to be for your server to be set up. So it ends up being a whole thing. Let's see. Like, it gave me the mods list when you load in, but they aren't on. Yeah, I have no idea about that. Yeah, and then the other pain is it usually ends up being like every other game has its entirely different setup, and then every other server has its entirely different setup. Okay. So, where... And I don't think there's an easy way to see what mods are even running. Some mods might need specific configuration. It's possible. I do know we intend on running the journal mod. Alright, what do I gotta do to figure out how to make that work? Because I feel like the journal mod, like, most of the other mods, like the legend one not running, whatever. But the journal mod is the one I do know people were really, really adamant that they wanted. It does make sense. I just don't know where I'd even be able to mess with that. What the heck is the tickets? Oh. Trying to think of how I even mess with it, because it should... Client doesn't see much. Yeah, I don't remember how I even set up to pop in here as an admin off the top of my head. Because we've already got all that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I was trying to avoid having to be an admin constantly kind of thing. So we definitely had to install the mod. I'm trying to think of... Because I haven't... Like, I don't use the journal mod. So I don't know what I might need to configure or what might need to do. Trying to think of the best way I can even set that up to figure that out. I mean, it might be just we don't have the journal mod today, and that I have to figure out after stream. I was expecting some pain points, was expecting more pain points along the number of players logged in kind of stuff than that, or like having too many zombies or too few zombies or whatever. So I don't know why the journal mod isn't working, but we'll have to look into that. So the read speed should be fairly fast. It'll be about 5 times as fast as normal. Yeah, so that feels fine, because you're not fast-forwarding, so this seems like a perfectly reasonable read speed for books. So yeah, so keep in mind at the moment we have the journal mod, but it does not appear to be working. For the record, I've never used the mod. What would I, like, supposedly what would I be doing... Yeah, no, that's the way you have to do it, because you're sitting, like, when it's something that was as bad as when we started, where the game days were going by in, like, 20 minutes or something like that, it's like, okay, that had to stop, because it's unplayably fast. But yeah, so we'll just be dealing with it. So today you are one with the mortal coil. Be scared, be afraid, your shadow is your enemy. But we'll get that journal mod figured out. When you restarted the game, none of your mods were enabled. So when you join the game itself, you'll see in the top right, it'll say, you know, uploading or reloading Lua. That's what matters. What you have running on your local machine, it will override, but you'll revert back to that when you leave the game. That's okay, Flack. I'll just deal with it after stream. Because I also, you know, there's a certain level of paranoia when you're a creator about what you give people access to. Just because it takes one person, you know, and honestly, they could think they're doing something to help you in causing problems. That's probably someone joining. Usually when you have the game hitch for a second, that's usually someone joining the server. Oh, soda bottle would work as a water bottle. Actually, it gives me decent hydration for that salad. Thinking how to show my actions. You like to have stream my actions on Discord? Yeah, no, that's I probably wouldn't deal with that. Like, I know I can go into admin mode and do stuff, and I can go into admin mode if necessary. I would just prefer not do that if I don't have to. Because then I have to deal with the whole thing where I start in God mode, have to make myself not invisible, not invincible, make whatever adjustments I need to make, then, you know, someone does something, I gotta put myself back and all that. It just becomes a little bit of a hassle to deal with. Alright. Oh, goody. You know how rare those are? Like, very genuinely, I'll go through entire playthroughs and I'll see maybe 1 or 2 car alarms in a full marathon playthrough. Wonder if you could simply have an admin character and a regular character. I believe the characters will be tied to your Steam, you know, ID, whatever. And people, like, servers, you do that way a person doesn't turn around and, oh good, lots of friends. And doesn't immediately cause problems there. Be careful you go near the gas station. The van in the parking lot did have a car alarm. Oh. It looks like everyone's already fortifying the hardware store. That's cool. It's a good place to fortify as well. Now, the downside is if we fortify a place, the loot doesn't respawn, but we need some place to live. Alright. It's like they didn't expect admins to be player. Yeah, no, I wish it was a thing in Project Zomboid that I could click on client here, and there was, like, a thing there that you'd have someone prop on and, like, set one. How many people are on the server? At the moment, I think 8. I'm trying to watch my graphs now. No, actually, it says 9. There is a chance I might need to upgrade the server. My hope is that if I upgrade the server, it'll happen in place kind of thing, as long as I'm not messing with the hardware side. Because I can handle up to, like, the low teens before the game will say, tough, it's full. And that just has to do with the fact I had no idea how many people were going to pop in, and I didn't want to plunk down, like, 50, 60 bucks, and then have, you know, 4 people pop in, and, you know, I'm down to spend money where it makes sense, but I want to make sure I actually need to, like, you don't want to over-provision your servers if you can't afford to over-provision your servers. I'm looking at that, it's about to hit, it's looking like it's going to hit its cap here in a minute, so I'm going to go ahead and upgrade it. So I don't know what's going to happen. I am hoping it will warn me. Because I know if I increase the RAM and all that, it'll have a problem. Okay. So let me go ahead and bump this up. We're just going to see what happens if we do it live. You know, bump it up a little bit more. What is this UI you're hitting me with? Alright, I have to enter the data. Give me just a moment. Eight. So I apologize, just dealing with all this. Alright, so supposedly this should upgrade our server. We have not been disconnected. It's not showing me. Oh, I bet you have to go to the file configuration and increase its stuff too. So I do apologize. In the meantime, I'm trying to just like read books and all that, so I'm doing something productive in the world while I'm dealing with that. Alright, so we should have an email here somewhere. There we go. I've already done all these things? I'm not trying to set up a donation link right now. I have a server actively running. Oh, I see. So put a $6 credit on my account to then apply to the server. So it hasn't actually updated the server now. I had to put the money on the credit to put to the server to then upgrade. I understand. Why is it so convoluted? The answer is very simple, actually. It's so convoluted because they want you to spend the money. I hate it with this. So what's happening here, and why this is a big hassle, is instead of having you where you just charge the increased amount, you have to like set up credit on the server to be like, okay, I'm putting, you know, $11 on the account to then charge against. And the answer to why they're doing that is because then even if you don't spend that money, they still get paid. It's a common practice with servers, and I hate it. Okay. So hopefully we're doing science here, chat. So it might mess with the server, and if it does, I do apologize. But it feels like, all right. So in theory, I'm gonna hit this button here, and it should jump the number of people who could be on the server a bunch. Okay. It's not implying it's gonna restart the server. I'm dubious. Alright, so we might get kicked off, we might not get kicked off. I don't really know what's gonna happen. Oh, yep, we got kicked off. So my apologies. I wanted to test that. So we did test. So the knowledge is, if I have to upgrade the server's number of slots, it does punt everyone off the server. Well, what should happen is by the time you log back in, you'll probably be fine. If not, I feel real bad about it. But I had to test out because I definitely know like provisioning better hardware and all that was absolutely, yeah, was gonna absolutely be a problem. But like just saying, can I have more slots for people to be on? All right. So let me see if it'll tell me. So it's saying it should have 16 slots now, but it's also saying there's a 10-player limit, and there's 9 players on. I think the server's restarting. Yeah, the server's restarting right now. Yeah. We're gonna die a bit. It's gonna be expected. Yeah, expect a little bit of scuff whenever someone's setting up a server for the first time. I know you can't see my screen right now. I'm keeping it hidden that way I'm not like leaking IP addresses and all that kind of stuff. But I do have a UI here that tells me the server is shutting down and booting back up and all that. Let's say I played Project Zomboid a long time ago. Yeah, alright. So the server should be coming up now. I have no real idea what the server status is because it's implying the server is currently up. And that there's 9 out of 10 people on there, which is clearly not the case. Alright, so the server's definitely not up yet. I guess I should also watch to make sure the IP address doesn't change or something silly like that. Okay, so server is back up. It is showing 16 people can join now. So I've bumped up the server size a little bit. And I'll try to avoid jumping the server size again. Unless we hit a point where it's like, you know, we're really thin there. You have no mods enabled, they're just added to the server. So that's not a concept you have in the solo game of if you have a mod loaded, it's enabled. So I gotta look up how I even deal with that. Alright. So it did respawn. Yeah, so it did respawn with my stuff red and all that. So I think the world state may be... Well, actually, no, it probably backed up the world state. You have to list the mods in 2 locations. Yeah, I'll just have to look it up after stream. But yeah, that does mean the journal mod and all that is disabled right now. We will get that set up. Like after stream, I'll look into it, get it set up. I will, whenever I go to do that, I'll put out like a notice saying, hey, at this, like whatever time, I'm going to reset the server with like the mods. When I say reset, I'm just talking about reboot. Like the map will still be the same and all that. Like you won't lose your characters. But like I'll let people know saying, hey, the server will reboot in half hour or whatever. That way people have all the time in the world to get safe. Unless they see that there's literally no one on, and at which point I'm just going to hit the button go, because if there's no anyone to be affected, then whatever. Yeah, it's good seeing everyone. And several of the people that are here were also people we had on that's a reset fully, loot missing, not where we put it, and windows aren't boarded. Well, that's weird. Okay. Because, I mean, I still have all my stats. I guess we did duplicate the magazine. So I'm sorry that the windows got unboarded. I figured when we went to, restart the server, it would have done the thing where it's like, hey, back up the map. Alright, so that just reminds me that I do need to make it a point to be like, alright, I am going to, take the time to make sure it's sorted. Yeah, I put in all the IDs, I don't have the mod names. Okay. The question is, how far back did it set us? Because it definitely didn't revert us to, like, the first thing. There's a pile of corpses here. It's nighttime. It was not nighttime when we went in, so we definitely lost a couple in-game hours. We still have all the corpses from when I fought to get in before we did our first server reboot. Let's check to see if the van's window's broken. For you, 1 minute? Yeah, I'm thinking we probably didn't lose that much time. Maybe like 5-10 minutes? Yeah, so it's right before I smash the window on the blue van. Because I basically left this room, smashed the blue window on the van. Okay, so we lost like 5-10 minutes. That shouldn't be too bad. All right. Nice. Congratulations to your friend on getting their top college pick. I know that's a big deal when people are starting to pursue their college. All right. And I have a sort of feeling that, like, do we need anything? We could have someone run on the south end of town. There's a bookstore. It's a little pink store. We could definitely use the books being picked up, that kind of thing. Because I feel like the hardware store has kind of become our de facto base. No way to cook at Fort Rual? Yeah, we could also use either a stove or a grill or something like that. I think it did that too fast. I did change the settings on the farming. It's set to very fast, whatever the heck that means. Because one of the things I remember always being an issue on servers is that it would take what felt like a century for crops to grow. Now that does also mean we did grab a mod so that crops wouldn't rot, because that's another problem you run with multiplayer. If someone's playing at the middle of the night, you'll come back and all your crops will be ruined. Why are these two tiles cursed? Weird, so remove grass didn't work, but just remove works. Interesting. Yeah, so things I know we can use is a couple buildings over is the Rural Supply Store. There's lots of good stuff there. A bit farther down the street is the bookstore. There's good stuff down there. Next to the bookstore, just across the street, is the police department. It's a pretty small one. You probably won't find too much, but you might find yourself a shotgun and a couple things of ammo, maybe a vest or some nightsticks. It's a pretty small one, though, so not a whole lot to go by there. Someone drops you a bag, you can rate some buildings. There's a backpack over here, Lardine. Just in front of the tool store by the gas cans. All right. And I'm figuring, just as like our initial base or whatever you want to say, we could definitely make, you know, Lake Fallis, Ekron, whatever you want to call it, kind of our starting home, since it is central map, and we can kind of go with, you know, with whatever. I don't know, how's rural knife storage going? Going good. Oh, is like cleaning actually working for you? Because I'm getting mixed signals on what's going on. Like, definitely we have some of the mods aren't working. You've seen like 10 guns in this town already? Yeah, no, very, very low key. A lot of people don't realize how good of a starting place this is. That cleaning is base game. That shows you how much I clean. Just, it really lets you know how much priority I'd put into cleaning in the game. See if there's any other seeds in any of these counters. There should be some in the rural supply store. Wood axe. Donkey Duff is dead. What did they do to my boy? It's gonna happen a lot. You feel responsible. Just had a fake zombie lying down. So you will have the event fake zombie. Where like, you know, there's a car accident, there's the body in front of it. That is, I didn't see a good way of turning that on, but you should not have the thing where the zombie gets killed and then gets back up again. So just, I don't really have a good way around it that I could find. Oh, didn't mean to turn out the lights. I wanted to check the shelf. Alright, can I get someone to take notes for me? The notes are to look into the fake dead zombies and enable mods. Is there a mod that, not, there probably is, but not that I'm aware of. Strider. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just getting some plants going, because normally people just see me do nothing but, like, demolish zombies all day when I play the game. So what I'm actually looking at doing is maybe doing a little bit more just, like, watering the crops, doing the base maintenance. Like, I won't, like, take all of it, because I want to organize inventory. But, you know, get some of this stuff going. You work in the already dead car accident zombies? Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be way more than we want to deal with, like trying to go through and disable all the events. I wonder if I wonder if the fake zombies already exist in the world or how that goes. Because like I said, I disabled the thing where when you kill a zombie, it gets back up. But I do think the, did I fill the wrong thing? Did I fill the bowl? No? There we go. But yeah, that's all stuff that's growing pain is setting up servers. You end up backing up your configurations and all that. That way, if you go to run another server in the future, you just have the base configuration. You can tweak it from there. That's so good. I went into the server like fully expecting right from the beginning there was gonna be some issues. No matter what you do, that's going to be true of any time you set up a server for the first time. Is that not updating? Alright. Okay, so we're at 9 out of 16 players we can handle right now. Cool, cool. But yeah, if you want to join, you don't have to be a subscriber or anything like that. You just got to hop on the Discord. The information's in the community server information. And as long as we don't have too much in the way of, like, troublemakers and all that, it'll remain that way. I have made the statement, if we do run to the situation where, like, we get to close to, like, 30 concurrent players kind of thing, that's about the point where it's like, no, really, I'm going to have to make it subs only because server costs kind of thing. I don't anticipate that being a problem. Or if I sit here and have to spend half the time jumping into admin and dealing with people... if we do end up having troublemakers, what'll likely happen is we'll pause the server, you know, deal with them, change the password and all that, put it into subs only, and I don't want to go there. So just keep in mind, like, don't, like, I know people might be like, oh, I want my buddy to play. Have them join the Discord. It's not only me being like, get people to join the Discord, because obviously if they don't watch the stream, they don't watch the stream. That's not going to change anything. I just don't want people, like, emailing it back and forth, DMing it back and forth, posting it places, like their friend group or, you know, their buddy's Discord really got a bunch of people in that, because that's where it ends up that after a while it gets out to too many people that it gets to people who they're only interested in causing trouble. So I'm hoping I won't have to restrict it, but that is me basically saying, hey, we've got this open, it's available, we can have fun with it. Let's try and keep it so that stays that way. But yeah, so the short news is, at the moment, we don't have the journal mod working. I didn't realize I had to, like, on multiplayer, you had to not only add the mod, but turn it on. That, like, they're just not on by default, because that's just not a concept that exists when you're playing solo. Alright. So we got all this. And we do have it set so stuff like the hats and all that, if it falls out, will get deleted. Hats and glasses primarily. Yep, no, we have a multiplayer server. I've been talking about this. Hey, look. Here's the thing. If you want to keep up with stuff that's happening on the server, you'll have to join the Discord. It's not because I'm trying to bully everyone. Twitch doesn't give us a place to put stuff here on Twitch to be like, hey, here's what's going on. So I've been mentioning that this is going to be a thing for a while now. It's just, you know, now it's actually a thing versus talking about being a thing. So very genuinely, if you want to know when things are going to change in the stream schedule, join the Discord. If you want to know what new things are coming on, join the Discord. If you want to weigh in on what games we play in the channel, join the Discord. If you don't want to join the Discord, join the Discord. It's just the nature of the beast. Until Twitch gives us a place on Twitch to do all this stuff, I have to take you somewhere, and it's kind of become the de facto for creators to take you to Discord. Okay. So we've got our plants watered. I do figure it might be good to start putting a perimeter around this place. That's an Angler magazine. I could just read that. Probably won't use it, but you know, it's there. I can read it. I get more. Good times back then. You used to use TeamSpeak and Ventrilo. Well, that's for that was for talking to each other. What I'm talking about is more in the line of when you're talking about like, hey, I need to keep a record of stuff. And you could do that with like your message of the day on TeamSpeak and Ventrilo. But like if you wanted something of more substance than just the message of the day, usually a workaround for that kind of thing. A wood axe, of course it's a wood axe. If you want something of a little bit more substance than that, you'd have, you know, your forum or, you know, like whatever the thing was that your particular group did. Alright, so we're grabbing all these planks. All right. I just said Discord. It'd have to be like public forums or something. Yeah, that's So the thing I'd love to see. Hey, Cookie. The thing I would love to see Oh, right. You can't, like, do anything yet, can you? So drop these planks in the ground here. But, usually what you do to work around all that stuff. Tons of food cans across the street. Can you add another mod suggestion to the Discord channel? Not to add now, but I think for there. Yeah, you can make, so, in the community servers stuff, you can add suggestions of what you would like to have added to the server, or settings you'd like to change. Keep in mind, this is intended to being a mostly vanilla server, so it's more accessible to fairly new players and all that. So really big mods like Authentic Z and all that are probably going to be a no. That has nothing to say with like the quality of the mods or anything like that. Authentic Z is an absolutely fantastic. Oh, that is excellent. Authentic Z is an absolutely fantastic mod. It's just one of those things that, like, Authentic Z is a very big mod. Like, a very big mod. So it is one of those things that, you know, have to worry about. Load all magazines mod, nice quality of light. Load all magazines mod. I don't know what that does. I haven't heard of that one before. So I'm trying to keep it for gun mags. Oh, is it one that, like, you can right-click and say load all the magazines? I'm not too worried about that. We're running on default settings with the guns and all that. Yeah, I probably won't worry about that one. I don't actually expect us to use, like, because we're not running Breedus and all that, I don't expect we'll be that up to our nose in ammo. Oh, where's the container where you could drop off your things? I haven't been the one organizing base. I think Kira's been running around a lot in the base. There's a cardboard box in the back. That sounds good. Why is that cursed? All right. Those are my cabbages. All right. Just planting more stuff around here. Don't really have a spot for food yet. Hey, Cookie. But yeah, so no, at the moment it's just kind of collecting whatever we can use. I'll make this, I'll just keep with the broccoli in this. You can start getting the potatoes over on this shelf, or this area. Always necessity to have one. You like being the base mom, keeps everyone fed, keeps things organized. There are I have been in so many not Project Zomboid servers, but like servers I played of games in the past that very genuinely there is that one person that they don't like the combat or the exploration or whatever. My god, that's so many seeds. That's so many seeds. We'll do 2 rows of each crop. I think that's as far as I'm willing to go with that for right now. What should you collect? I have no idea what the status of the stuff we have in indoors are. I don't know what our weapon situation is, honestly. Just stuff like hammers and crowbars and all that. I mean, you never don't need more of those. There's also plenty of need for people to just go around and keep town clear, just like clear out the zombies in the area. You're unlucky about weapons. To be fair, that's probably one of the places that Lake Fallis is not the best. It got called away for the kiddo being awake. Can people join? Yes. Join the Discord community servers channel. Thank you. Let me go ahead and read how to farm now. I feel like I know what I'm doing, which, for the record, I'm absolutely on board with. Because, like I said, normally when people see me play this game, they see me play this game where I'm just absolutely, like, sweaty, try-hard killing zombies, setting records and all that. It's been a long time since I've done, like, any serious base building or whatever. Gotta wait 5 days for a faction? Yes. I think the settings I had, and I think it was the default on the server, was 2 days for safe houses, and you can only make residential buildings a safe house, and then a faction was 5 days. Honestly, I don't even know what the value of factions are in Project Zomboid. I think it's just where you can see people nearby, because I think normally what it is you set, like, you can see other people in your faction, where I just made it wide open. So we can't save houses building? Not technically. Usually it's the tan buildings. I think you actually need a mod to make more than just residential safe houses. I don't think it's default behavior you can even do it. So yeah, so the idea is you'd make your own safe houses, and then this building... It's a server option? Okay, I didn't see it then. I'm not too worried about it because I don't want to turn on commercial safe houses, because then you'll have the troll who goes and takes over a major building and then, you know, scuffs it so there's no more loot there and all that. Versus I think a shared safe house is fine, where we just kind of... It doesn't have rules around it. It's kind of come and go as you please, grab what you like kind of thing. Just give me the whole pile. Alright. That looks like medical. That one's empty. Actually, let's check these other ones. That's weapons, that's tools. I'm going to put the middle one that's empty. I'm just going to huck what I'm going to consider farming stuff in there as extras. I'll leave the garden hoe there. And the rake, because I already have a hand shovel thing, which is all I need for that. Would the building we're using now respawn in its containers? No, because we have built on the building, it will not. Or actually, I don't know. I think it's a stat something like fortified or something like that, that when a building is fortified, it'll be disabled from loot. Now, obviously, if people run around and they deliberately go to valuable buildings and block them all off, then we'll deal with it. But I'm fully intending this to be like a base point, and that, you know, people will go out from here to do stuff wherever they decide to do stuff. We'll need to get some cars and whatnot. Alright. So this is cabbage. Then we got radishes. And you were broccoli, right? Yep. Then go ahead and sow the broccoli here. And then we have potatoes. I'm also not going to use all the seeds for growing the crops, and part of the reason I won't do that is, at the moment, because the mods didn't take the take the mods, there was a mod we loaded to have crops not rot. That way, if someone's on the server while you're not, you don't just have all your crops gone because, you know. Is bin certain death? Yes. We have mostly default settings on a lot of things. Because again, ideas I wanted to make this so anyone who's played Product Zomboid or wants to play Product Zomboid kind of gets the normal experience. You know, be able to learn from it, all that. The intention is that we will get the journal mod. Like, it's technically installed. I just didn't realize it needed to be turned on as a separate thing. So I will do that after stream today. That's my two asks, is that someone leave me a message, you know, on the Discord being like, hey, turn on the mods. Hey, check on the fake zombie setting, because the zombies should stay dead when we kill them, but there's the event zombies that pretend to be dead. Those are apparently here. So if you see random bodies laying out in the road and that, be careful. Alright. Oh, I can't because I'm standing on it, right? How can you kill your character? The way you can kill your character is, you know, walk into the loving embrace of zombies. You can drink bleach. You can eat things you ought not eat. Like, you can go up to the lake over there to the right and you could just drink to your heart's content to just speed up the process, because the food poisoning and the zombie effect, they can kind of accelerate each other. You can forage for mushrooms and just eat mushrooms. Why is this being weird? Alright, and I believe I already planted the carrots. So I can make these the tomatoes. Oh, do you remember the days before it was running 16-time pop record runs, marathon runs, where it'd actually have lovely little farms, and that I wouldn't just make potato salad and nothing but potato salad and more potato salad, but instead I would grow the entire gambit of crops so that our salads were not eternal sadness. Versus nowadays, like, I do that for a little while and then I kind of scratch my head, and because you fully understand mechanically, it serves no purpose. That just slowly kind of dissuades you from doing stuff. Those were the good old days. The days before I knew how this all worked. Where every system felt deep and meaningful and that you'd really want to engage with it and all that, and then you realize, but it doesn't matter. Because, like, that's honestly one of the big negatives that Product Zomboid faces, is it has an incredible breadth of systems that are so, you know, so, like, really, really involved and interesting, but then they don't matter. Why is most of the text in chat orange? I believe orange is all chat, so, like, everyone on the server can see it. White is people talking right nearby you. Which, for the record, everyone's welcome. If you want to hop into voice chat as well, the Discord is open. I won't be there because just dealing with streaming things. But all that kind of stuff. All right, so I think I've got all the crops. Oh, we can have another row of cabbages, right? Because I only had the one row over there. So do one last row for the cabbages, and that should be literally all of the plants in the game we'll have planted in our areas, 2 rows each. What if Product Zomboid had the vitamin system from Scum? I didn't install the game and never play it again. Next question. But, no, it's, the point being is you have all these systems in the game that don't matter. Like, the depth that the depth of the systems that they have with the farming, for example, don't matter because you can ignore 90% of them. Like, there's a whole thing where you have to, like, get pesticide sprays to spray it for bugs and all that. But it's just so easy to just go, well, what if I just built more farm? You know, surprised Pikachu. It doesn't matter now because you can just make more. So it doesn't matter if you lose half your crop, which you won't lose that many, but even if you did, you just plant more. Like, or the regular infection mechanic is so, like, so non-impactful that you don't worry about it at all. Alright. And I'm just putting all of our seeds away in here. Because we don't want to plant all the seeds just in case something happens that our crops get ruined. Or people dig them up early or whatever. It's easy to accidentally mess up the fields. So having backup seeds is nice. My character's all whiny, is being like, I'm exceptionally exerted. Why are you making me work? And then I yell at him to get back to work, because, you know, there's work to be done. But yeah, so it's just stuff like that. But it's one of those things you come to realize, like, when you first start playing the game, food is very stressful. They're like, oh man, where am I going to get my food, yada yada yada. Toilet water? Absolutely. The plants love their toilet water. It's got extra nutrients. We have a sink, but plants. Someone go down south with me, clear the station of the bookstore. I'm sure we can get someone to do that. We have, I believe, 10 people on at the moment. Very busy there, backtracked? Well, there's one way to make it not busy down there. Alright, and I'm glad people actually found all these things. But you're looking for sticks to make spears out of? You're out of weapons? Yeah, that happens. If you're looking for sticks, there should be some axes around the house. Oh, I'm still carrying the wood axe. I was gonna go and start the carpentry and realize I didn't have the skills I needed. Where is a good shelf for the axes? Those look like guns. I'll put in this one. That one looks like it's got a bunch of tools in it. Do I still have the nails on me? I do. My bad. Okay. Yeah, so we're just trying to go through. We have to water all of our crops. Normally this isn't that big a deal, because normally what you'll have happen is ultimately you'll have rain come through. Like, very genuinely, when I'm playing Project Zomboid on my own in my survival runs, I do plant crops. I never water them. I never water them. It's wholly unnecessary. You just let the rain take care of it. What do you... Oh, I see. That's fair. Alright. Raw farming and product Zomboid, chill, calm life now? Yep. That's just, like I said, normally when I play the game, it's literally just walk up to 100 zombies, fight it out till they're done, walk up to 100 zombies, fight it out till I'm done. We've retired. Those days are over. We saw the light of the farm simulator. And we're just living our nice life. Oh, and sleep is turned on the server as an optional thing. You don't have to sleep. Your character won't get, like, sleepy. But it is a thing if you want to rest faster. Sleep is faster than using the regular rest. Which books do I have? I believe 1, 2... Ooh. Let me check. I saw 1, 2, and I know I saw 5, but I'm not sure about 3 and 4 if I did or didn't have them. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am missing 5. Oh, the herbalist. Nice. Alright, put those magazines back. Cool. Oh, we're still... Oh, right. I'm not going to recover at any meaningful amount of speed while I'm overburned. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, so normally in Project Zomboid, when it comes to dealing with your crops, like I said, don't waste your time watering them. There's no need. Let me take that back. If you're doing the math, you're going, I will need these crops, which you should never be in that case, but let's pretend you are. What you'll instead want to do, instead of all that, is just let it rain for your crops. Like, you don't even have to wait to plant, just huck them in the ground, ignore them until it rains. But then the other thing you can also do is just, if you do, like, if you're down to the point, it's like, I must, you know, get my crops grown. Unless you got some, like, weird arbitrary rule where you're not allowed to forage, the answer is going to be foraging. Now, one of the downsides is unless it's changed, if we look at my skills, you notice I've been doing a lot of work on the farming. What? How are you out of water again? It's fine. You'd imagine, man, you've been doing a lot of farming. You must have a lot of farming skill. 0. The only step in the entire farming process that gives you any farming XP at all is just harvesting. 0 to hero already? Yep. But the good news about what farming... So, if people aren't sure what farming does to gain the skill in the game, because not very many people level it very high, the immediate useful thing is when you mouse over the fields and have to go... Instead of having to go, like, right-click information to see anything, you'll eventually get it where you just literally mouse over the field, and it'll just tell you, it's like, hey, this needs more water and all that. The water and the power will turn off eventually. We are on default settings for that kind of stuff. So, 0 to 30 days, when it's actually gonna turn off, don't know. Neither turned off the initial day, so that's good news. Okay. But yeah, so very genuinely when you're playing the game for like actual survival, you see the amount of time I'm spending just dealing with the watering, the fact that we've been going overburned and exerted and all that kind of stuff. For like actually surviving long term in the game, you're far better off just foraging. And then, you know, if you get a package of seeds, just huck them in the ground. And you can, you know, deal with that when you get there kind of things. But as far as the skills people are going for, it's not a bad idea to have more than one person able to do anything. Just like I said, I don't genuinely know who's doing what. We are going to get the journal mod added. It's technically installed in the server, but it didn't get turned on. I didn't realize that there's the difference between added and enabled when you're talking multiplayer. So it is kind of a thing that if someone does die now, you will lose your skills. But we should be able to do the journal thing later, where you effectively say, I would like to... It's effectively saying, I would like to back up my save in this physical item in the world. And then, you know, as long as you can recover that, you'll at least go back to the last time you did that. And you can't, like, give your journal to other people. It's strictly for yourself. But that does mean, like, if you lose your skills, you can sit there and turn around and try and recover it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and slam that stale meat in our mouth. Meat we've kept in our pocket for a couple of days. You drink from the toilet? I'm watering the crops from the toilet. But yeah, no, we drink from the toilet too. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? It's a zombie apocalypse. We've lowered our standards. At the moment, skill set wise, I'm very clearly watering all the plants. So I'm starting off with some farming stuff. I do think I might actually do some base building work stuff as well. Like, not, like I said, by all means, let's have more than one person who can do carpentry. Just for practicality's sake. But I'm kind of wondering if there would be the idea of, like, you know, yes, we're starting out here, we'll get a base going, but maybe just finding a nearby location in the woods and, like, literally make from scratch our own base kind of thing. As, like, kind of the big project we work on. You know, people would run around, get weapons, get supplies, you know, whatever we need to facilitate that, because we'll need an absolutely obnoxious amount of nails, and so on and so forth. We're just gonna live a permanent state of exhausted. This is our life. That'd be fun. Maybe we could plan out a cool area. I need to, like, group road trip. Yeah. Get a couple of trailers. Like, I want it to be remote enough that we will depend on people, like, going out and getting stuff. But I don't want it to be so remote that it's obnoxious to do so. So, like, if I were to look at the map, you know, going down to this area would be way too just remote. But I could see, like, maybe around that lake, make ourselves an artificial road off there and build up a little colony or whatever around the lake to the east. Say to heck with society. Because that would be close enough. You could take the car up to Riverside. It wouldn't be, I mean, actually, it's a bit of a trek to Riverside, but you could take it up to Riverside. Lake Fallis is right there. Straight east should be Muldrow. Yeah, Muldrow's right over there. You could easily go south to Rosewood. And it'd all be a little bit of a day trip, but I think it'd be fine. Depression's kicking in the butt? That's no fun. Got the Jenny Mag? Nice, that's faster than I was expecting. I've had, in my runs, For those who remember when I first started 16 times pop, like the very beginning of starting 16 time pop runs, this was my choice location of starts. That as like strategically, this made the most sense to start in, was to go to Lake Fallis, get your foothold here, because there's a nice center map location you could always drop back to. It had its own gas station. It's fairly low pop, while not actually being low pop. You have a place to get all the things you could need for farming. It's got its own bookstore, its own police department. And so all of them, it's a little bit on the small side so far as what you get. But honestly, out of the different places, it's like got one of the most breadths of loot of anywhere in the city, like anywhere in the game, but without all the inherent danger that all the other places that have a wide range of loot. Anyone had Herbalist? Yeah, we have Herbalist inside the base already, because I've already read it. Okay. My character's just like constantly and perpetually out of breath because I'm just giving them no breaks. We are just going for it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's I do think that's also a reasonable and responsible response as well. Just gonna highlight this. You know, we have someone who's talking about like they're dealing with depression and all that. And just, you know, you definitely want to be supportive and here for people, but it's also good to recognize when a person's like, hey, you know, it's like I'm not looking for a shoulder, like I'm looking for a professional kind of thing. Like that's really a good mentality to have around, to recognize like, hey, this isn't something I'm going to solve by just, you know, talking out with a friend. Need a little bit more than that. So I think that's a good thing. So just kind of want to point this out. Let's see. You did collect mushrooms and a berry. If you read the magazine now, do I know which ones are poison? I don't remember. I don't remember if it'll, like, retroactively label what you grabbed to, like, let you say, hey, just so you know, that poison. Yeah. Right. If it doesn't say unknown, you should be okay. Yeah, because it's the unknown berries that are the spicy berries that may or may not be a bad time. Oh, have we found the emergency frequency yet by chance? I didn't think to ask. Gotcha. And the loot respawn time is 1 in-game week, just so people know. It should be, at least. Because I figured 1 in-game week means we can't just, like, camp out at a place and, like, go back and top it off and that kind of stuff real fast. Emergency is 106.6. Gotcha. Besides, I'm not filling up my water in just any toilet. It is clearly labeled as a fancy toilet. So, you know. We're not settling for some B-rated toilet water. Only the best for our crops. Because I'm wondering if it makes sense to just, like, where we're basing from operations, just put, like, one of the radios you can put down, even though it's going to slowly eat the batteries. But, like, to set one of those down and just, you know, have it tuned to the emergency frequency.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Or at least have it so, you know, people can tune in, like, at the beginning of each day and be like, all right, you know, what do we got coming up? Any nasty weather and all that? It's 9 p.m. Thank you for letting me know. Me and Toom actually ate dinner before stream. I'm probably not going to be hungry for the rest of the night because people have seen the calzones that we get here. The calzones we get, there's a local place nearby that it's literally like someone took a large pizza and just covered it with ricotta cheese and then folded it in half. It is ridiculously large. That even at my hungriest, I'll eat like half of it and be like, I feel like dying now. You know, dying in happiness, but also somewhat regretting how much I've eaten. But also happiness. Look, my feelings are currently complicated in the situation with the pizza. Or the calzone, sorry. It's good. Like, very honestly, like, quality of calzone, maybe not like an S tier calzone, but like a B plus to an A minus. They've been following for a while. How did I just notice? It's Storge, not Storge. Oh man, that doesn't surprise me at all. And thank you. It's all good. You'll hear it pop up every once in a while. The Rural Storge is what I will get from time to time. And there was definitely a while where people thought they were being like original and be like, Rural Storge, haha, it's so funny. It's like, yep, I've definitely never heard that before. And then there's been once or twice where someone will say it and they go, wait, you've probably gotten that like 1,000 times now, right? Like, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Yup. Man, it is getting actually brisk in here, which is not something I'm used to being a problem. It might be Toom might be running her heater. Which then sits there. Multi? Oh, do you mean multi-hit or multiplayer? If you mean multiplayer, yes, it is multiplayer. If you mean multi-hit, no, we are... At least, actually, I haven't looked. Are we on multi-hit? I didn't even look to see what the setting was. I would guess we're not, but, no, go say hi to the wife. I gotcha. You see people in Discord? Yep. Yep, if you want to join the server, hop on to Discord. Information's all there. We're not multi-hit? I didn't think so. I believe the game started at what was Apocalypse settings, and then, you know, adjusted from there. With the exception of, weirdly, the server decided to start on low pop zombies, which was wild. Because, like, I was thinking, is like, why would you ever start a multiplayer server on low pop settings? Like, even if people are new to the game, it's just a weird default choice. Yeah, so, I've mentioned this before, I won't be on Discord for this, and it just has to do with, like, streaming stuff, you know, if someone's got a dog barking in the background, or, you know, screaming kid, or, you know, someone decides it'd be funny to say something that's highly inappropriate that then I have to deal with the moderation and admin side of things. I just don't want to take those kind of risks on my channel. So, usually, if I, like, if it's a person that, you know, they don't... Like, if it's another content creator, that's fine, because I know they have the same risk and all that. Because usually it's going to be another content creator I know and trust. Or if it's someone who's been around for the community for a long time, like, yeah, this person's been around, I know I don't have to worry about what they'll say or whatever, that's fine. But, like, when I'm opening this up where, like, you know, we could have literally random people we have no idea who it's their first day in the community hop in. They might be fine. They might not be fine. I don't know. I'm not willing to risk my channel breaking TOS to find out, though. Alright, so you can take these, probably put those in the box. So many gas cans. Alright. You'd be too embarrassed to play games on stream? Well, that's the other thing, is I know there's a lot of people who don't want to be on stream. Like, you know, it's fine to walk around in the background kind of thing and play in the same world as the streamer, that kind of thing. But I definitely know there's people who don't want to be like on voice comms, that they're, you know, a little bit shy or whatever, or, you know, they, you know, whatever reason they might be very self-conscious about the way their voice sounds or whatever. That thing. It's fun. The first thing you did was set off an alarm. We had a car alarm. And for the record, car alarms are just in vanilla product Zomboid, and they're on by default. But they're exceptionally rare. In like one of my big marathon runs, I'll see like 2 car alarms the entire run, and I actually do usually go and break into cars pretty often. Where I have a reputation of like not looting anything. A lot of times I will check the cars, just because you have the chance, you know, to like find the Guerrilla Radio magazines are some of the rarest things in the game. And one of the few places you can find them is in the trunks of cars. There's some cars that just are full of a bunch of electronic junk, and they'll have a Guerrilla Radio magazine in there too as well. Oh, they have enough water. I'm sitting there, I was like, but how am I have water? Alright. Okay. Alright, and we're just about done watering the plants. Now, we do have the plant growth set to very fast, just for practicality reasons. No idea what that actually means, but it is what it is. Oh look, Usei died in the background again. Oh yeah, no, it happens, but that's part of the fun. Like, it can also be amusing. You'll have like the big battle and everything. You'll see like, you know, someone's name will be like, Sentient Cookie has died. You'll be like, no! You were the chosen one! You're doing a hygiene? Be back at 30 to 40? That's good to do a hygiene. I don't know why. That's still... Found a car with a lot of food? Nice. But, I don't know why that makes me think of that article. It was like, it was just a clickbaity article. Like, there's nothing of substance in it to care about. But it was talking about the, you know, it's like, oh man, those Gen Z are such germaphobes. They wash their hands. Man, it's like 10 times a day. Such germaphobes. And I'm like, wait, you don't wash your hands like 10 times a day? Because very genuinely, you really should wash your hands a bunch of times a day. Especially if you're preparing food, you are absolutely rocketing past 10 times a day. Alright, so you can finally drop off all this water. Because you think about it. When you're handling food, you'd sit there, you know, you go to start handling food. Before you start, you wash your hands. So that's one. Okay, you go into the fridge, you get some kind of protein that you're going to be doing. So you open the package for your protein, you take your protein, you set it down, and maybe you, like, cut up your protein or whatever needs to be done with it. You're like, you slice your protein or whatever. Cool. You've just been handling raw meat. You're going to wash your hands. So you start cooking all of that, you got that going on. So you got 2 right now. So you start doing that, you go and you rinse off your vegetables, you start dicing your vegetables, and you go back to your thing, and you've got all the various like vegetable junk on your hands because those are out there, so you wash your hands. That's 3 times. And then you go and you start stir frying, you're like mixing everything else up. Maybe you have to go and use the restroom because it's taking a little while, and you wash your hands when you're finished with the restroom. And it's one of those things that, yeah, always, like, honestly, always wash your hands after handling raw meat. And honestly, if you haven't already rinsed the vegetables before, I mean, you're washing your hands when you're rinsing the vegetables as well. But like, you should, like, if you're gonna grab a bunch of raw veggies that who knows where, you're gonna rinse the veggies off because they'll have pesticides and all that stuff you got to worry about. Literal poison for killing bugs is still not good for the human body. But, those things, you'll end up usually rinsing your hands off. But yeah, it's not even like a germaphobe. It's just the nature of dealing with food and all that. You end up washing your hands so many times throughout the process of preparing food. And so it's like, I really hope the people who are preparing my food wash their hands more than like 2-3 times. And that's just preparing a meal. And then you go into and say, okay, well, you use a restroom. Every time you use a restroom, you wash your hands. And usually, and it can vary wildly, usually it's at least 3 or 4 times a day that you're going to use the restroom. Probably more, depending on like if you're drinking a lot or running around, all that stuff. All those kind of things. So just preparing a meal and using the restroom the normal amount, you're already past like 10. And that's not counting if you go outside and do any like yard work and your hands get all gross. So you walk in, and so you don't track stuff all over the house, you wash your hands. But it was just this article, it's like, my god, those germaphobes are washing their hands like 10 times a day. What negative health implications could this have on their bodies, washing their hands so much? And you just kind of stared there going, do you not wash your hands? I really feel like I want you to wash your hands. It does really make me feel like I want you to wash your hands more. Alright. I'm gonna take 2 seconds while my character is reading to quickly go and stretch and all those things. I'll be right back. No, you're not random. No, you're not. Let me just do the admin thing. And go ahead and make sure I don't have to see them forever. Just dealing with someone trolling over on YouTube. Alright, I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, sorry about that. I wasn't sure, like, if I should, put up the away screen or not. I was like, technically there's always the chance that, something happens and I get in trouble, like, attacked in here and all that. It's always a possibility. And you do have the time-told server tradition of when someone sets up a server in Product Zomboid and the books are accumulated, that everyone assaults the bookshelf and starts reading all things. Can the zombies come into the house? Oh yeah, absolutely. If the zombies are in the area, they could just walk right on in here and get the murder on. Wait a second. That should have the new title, right? One moment here. Is my bot posting the wrong video title? Because I should have a new video. Unless I'm just misremembering which one. No. Don't play the audio. There we go. Remove the timestamp on there. Grab you. Alright, so give me a moment to update bot stuff because I noticed my video announcement about the new video seems to weirdly be like split between the old video and the new video, which is not what I'm aiming for. So commands, YouTube video, edit, go to the chat there, drop the correct link, and update that to say new tractor. Save. Okay. About 5 days in? I think so. Somewhere in that regard. It's a little off because weirdly the game's timer was just wrong when I first started. So like the first day took like 20 minutes to go by or something like that. Okay. We finished reading Fishing 1. And the reason this ends up being a big thing is it reading the books really massively increases the speed that you train stuff. We do have the rate you read books like multiplied times 5 or some nonsense. So you can see we're plowing through this. This isn't fast forwarded. We're plowing through them really fast, so it's worth us doing. I could eat a horse right now. Does anyone have a horse available? Whose service is this? This is mine. Just went up today. Check the Discord for details. As a reminder, if you want to know what's happening on the schedule on the channel, you gotta go to the Discord. If you want to weigh into what games we're going to be playing on the channel, you gotta go to the Discord. If you want to know when servers are going up, you gotta go to the Discord. If you want to see when videos go up on YouTube, you gotta go to the Discord. If you want to check out what we've got going on and future plans at Twitch, you gotta go to the Discord. It's just the unfortunate reality that Twitch doesn't give me a place to do that kind of stuff on Twitch. So I've got to send you somewhere, and Discord is what we all choose. How's the farm sim server going? Oh, that got shut down. Basically, we really didn't have any meaningful participation, so it did go away. We had the 2 times I streamed from the server, we had like 2 people hop on, and then, you know, from there we just really didn't have hardly anyone else pop on, really. If you want to know the lottery numbers, go to the Discord. If you didn't want to know the lottery numbers, go to the Discord. Someone found a Guerrilla Radio magazine. Where did the magazine go? What? Did I not just grab and read a magazine? I'm so confused. Oh well. Sometimes we even post memes on the Discord. Yep. And for those subbed to the channel, there is a channel just for people who subbed that most of the time talks about subs. And we're not talking about the thing with the thing. Oh wait, there's a dedicated channel, or is it in general? For the server, there is a community servers channel. The server I run, that generally the way I handle it is that there is like some roles, like channels that you say, hey, if you want me to send you a message letting you know when we go live, like click this one. If you want me to know when I post a YouTube video, click that one. If you want me to, like, when I announce this like general stuff like, hey, we're doing a subathon this day, hey, we're doing that day, you know, click that one. We generally don't @here or @everyone unless it's like a very major thing. like, for example, if we had someone who's DMing everyone in the server a scam kind of thing, like, maybe I do an ad everyone if it got out of hand where, like, hey, just so you know, this person was sending a scam out, you know, disregard it, yada yada, best practices for not getting scammed. Which, for the record, if someone does DM people unsolicited on that Discord, I would like to know so we ban them. Because that is against our rules in the Discord, to just randomly start sending DMs soliciting for, like, computer graphic arts and all that kind of stuff. And we do enforce it, and we have enforced it, and we will enforce it. Okay, so we are reading the last of the books we can read right now that are here on the shelf. Which part of this is also just sitting down because I mercilessly worked our poor character. Do we know it said proof of DMs? Or can you start which one? I usually expect you to send me just a screenshot of it. If I found out someone was like deliberately like pretending other people were doing stuff like that, they would absolutely be banned from the Discord and the channel, and I would probably warn other communities I'm part of that, hey, this person was reporting others for things they weren't doing, so like maybe you consider unwelcoming them from your respective communities. Because someone who's willing to do that in one place is willing to do that in lots of places, and that's very harmful to, you know, your respective communities and all that, so you definitely don't want to allow that person to stick around. Alright. Imagine having the time. I know, right? There is so many things that people do that are just, like, awful things, that you stop there and you think about it and you're like, man, like, so many of us are, like, dealing with limited time to get stuff done, and this is what you're using your time for. And I don't understand. Okay. So our crops are watered and happy. Let's go see if that wood axe is still here and start clearing out the trees around us. It is still here. The books are a pain. The good news of the books, though, is because we have them on a pretty fast turnaround timer, it does not take long to get through all the books. All right. Also, even with fast reader, this is painful. Reading those books, that shouldn't be that fast. I just flew through that in a couple of minutes. But yeah, no, it's when you join a server that has like the default read time and then they set it for like 2-3 hour days, you're like, oh my god, please, just stop. Just stop. That was oh, what was it? Like, I'm not gonna say the name of the people who host the server because I want to make it sound like a bad thing. It was right when multiplayer first dropped, there was a server we joined that it was something like 4, 5, 6 hour long days or something like that. Because, you know, they wanted people to have time to be able to get through doing stuff. But, you know, people hadn't really thought about the whole how long it takes to read a book and adjusting that yet. Do you have plant disease off? I didn't touch anything with that. I'm not worried about the plant disease. Even left run rampant, the plant disease usually is pretty negligible. But yeah, it was like 4 or 6 hour days, and they ran the server that way for a couple of days, and then they went, never mind, we need to adjust this. But they hadn't adjusted the reading speed, and I remember my character had died in the server, and I had been streaming it from that server. And so I was like, okay, while it's like my day off or whatever, I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, catch all the books up. And I woke up really early in the morning and started my character reading books. And I mean real life early in the morning. Started my character reading books. And so I had something like 12 plus hours until stream. I was still not through reading just the first level of books by the time I had to start stream. I was like, this is terrible. I think the thing that ended up being the deal breaker for him was they hit day 7 and the helicopter showed up. And the helicopter literally flew around town for like over a solid hour. It was ridiculous. Because the helicopter sticks around for anywhere from 1 to 4 hours in game time. And when an in-game day is like a fourth of a real-life day, it's a long time. So you can just imagine being stuck in the helicopter event for over like a real-life hour. Holy, look at these skill points. I know, right? Look at these skill points. Yeah. We are absolutely where we need to be. So we're missing farming and trapping. I don't really care, but we are missing farming and trapping from our list. And the reason it's taking me so long to recover from exertion is we have, like, no fitness and we're obese. Let's get better. Second farming box outside. Awesome. Thank you. Alright. So it takes us a hot minute to recover. Hey, Michaela, how's it going? You put the missing list of books in Discord? Gotcha. Yeah, I assume people are hanging out. Yeah, we got some people hanging out and chatting and what books are missing and all that. Gotcha. I'm going to click over here real fast so I don't distract myself while things are going on.
Take a sip.
Alright.
What's the worst that could happen?
I'm doing pretty good. Just chilling and making things happen. You found Farming Volume 4. Nice. But yeah, so this building here has become like our de facto base. I do like the idea of eventually, I think very genuinely it's gonna be this lake. Over to the right of Lake Fallis, about literally building our own base, community, whatever you want to call it over there. And I could also see it being like almost an exchange, because there's players who don't like building, which, you know, fair enough. I could literally see people having like an exchange of saying, hey, if you build me a house, I'll go and just get nails and all that in town or something for you, for the people who do like building that. Does this alarm clock have, does someone have this alarm clock set on purpose? Maybe to troll? Yeah, they think it's gonna attract zombies. While they do make noise that zombies can hear, the range is, like, negligible. So we know we're fully rested when this bar disappears, by the way. If you're resting using an object, that's the one way you can know when you're actually fully rested. So even though our moodles have disappeared, there. So now that it disappeared, I know I'm good. But you can only do that if, Oh, I have read Tailoring 1. Oh, it was Trapping 1 I hadn't read. That's right, that's fine. I don't actually really care that much. I'm gonna read it because it's here and it's fast. Yeah, so Trapping, and then there's First Aid 1. But yeah. So we're just getting all the stuff together. Okay, we can now have movie nights. Honestly, with all the furniture in this place, the furniture would be easily able to be arranged to even have like a movie night kind of thing. Okay, so I only got 2 books I haven't read yet. Yeah, but like these books are taking honestly about 30 seconds to a minute to read each. This is not bad. Because I want to say, like, if you look at your whole list of skills, because it's only these skills here, which there's like 8 of them, and those 3 there, so you're talking like 10 full minutes of reading if you just binge read the whole set. Versus, I want to say Project Zomboid normally, it's like 5-10 real-life minutes per book. Without fast forward. Obviously, if you fast forward, it goes way faster. Alright. And what this means is, anytime I hear the skill level up twice, I know I'm ready for the next book. I keep instinctively wanting to go for the fast forward, which doesn't exist. We are depressed. We are ravaged by mourning and depression. Alright, Bentley, you sleep well. Thanks for hanging out and all that stuff. You keep pushing F4? Uh-huh. I haven't been pushing it, but I look to the upper right, it's like, yep, those buttons are still not there. And I haven't decided yet on how I'm going to approach streaming the server. Obviously I'm streaming it right now. I do think over the next week, my intention is to play like 3, maybe 4 days. That'll put at least half the stream on the server, I think is what we're going to be doing. I don't intend to play like Project Zomboid the whole week or anything like that. Just, you know, I want to keep it fresh and all that for myself. But as far as today's stream, I haven't decided what I'm doing, whether we are going to do what I normally do with the stream is I play half the stream one game, and half the stream the other game, or whether I might go for like the whole stream on the server. I haven't decided that yet, but I'll figure it out. Okay, so those are still in their early stages. Alright, so I knocked down all the trees over here. We wouldn't happen to have... Has anyone found one of the radios you could, like, just sit on a table kind of thing? I assume we've seen one of the... Like, people probably just didn't grab it because normally you don't care about them. Because I was kind of thinking we could toss one of those radios here, and then at the end, like, the beginning of each day, we'd be able to, you know, turn on the emergency broadcast just to check, like, you know, what the weather situation is, that kind of thing. I'm guessing Kira must just come here to grab the radio I mentioned. I was say, it's like, I thought there might have actually been one in here. Will they despawn after a while? Let's see. There's a trailer in the parking lot behind the farmer's market. Should be able to grab it if you position your cart right and nudge it a bit. Cool, so what I could do here is device options. Device options. Turn that on. Turn down the volume a little bit. Add preset. 106.6. Oh. Emergency. And it's 106.6 people said. Cool. And then the plan to be is you could turn on the radio when you need to check for it and then turn it off when it's done so it doesn't waste the batteries. Alright, so what do we got for today? Nice, comfy day, a little brisk in the morning, average temperature, a little bit low below room temperature. Not particularly a windy day. Tomorrow, a little bit warmer, still pretty much the same. And a whole lot of nothing. Okay. So nothing to worry about there. Because we'll need to check that to, you know, make sure we know when a tropical storm is rolling in or the helicopter is coming to come by and say hello. Alright. So what I think I'm going to do is, since I just have nothing to work on right now but waiting for my plants to grow, I think I'm going to go for a nice little walk over here to that area of the map where it's like, maybe we'll make a big base someday. And I'm going to slowly just cut down lots and lots and lots of trees. Because that seems like a reasonable thing to do. That is certainly where I should be prioritizing my tasks instead of anything else related to my own survival, is I should just go into the middle of the woods and start hacking down trees en masse. I should snag a chair from somewhere. That probably won't have a loose chair. I think this place will have a loose chair. I'll probably need a chair just so I could step back, sit in the chair, since, you know, I'll be so exerted, otherwise it could be potentially life-threatening. And we do have loot and zombies set to respawn. The zombie respawn, I think, might actually just be set to its default settings. The loot respawn, on the other hand, is, I think, it replaces every week. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So the plan is, for those who didn't hear earlier, there's a little lake over there. I'm thinking the long-term on the server goal is to make ourselves like a little self-made city over there. Which does mean we'll need people bringing in resources from the outside world and all that. But in the short term, we gotta be able to reach it. So I just grabbed a wood axe, and I'm just gonna start blasting some trees. Oh, it was definitely the right move to start 0 to hero on this character. Definitely the right move. Not gonna regret that at all. Put all of that away so we don't get too exerted too fast. Now, I believe the area we're cutting into actually does have some measure of zombies. It's not super, like, it's not particularly high, but it's not, like, devoid of zombies. Because there's, like, a campground just east of it, and I want to say that campground has an okay number of zombies at it. It's one of those places that when you're playing a normal and you're like, I'm gonna go in the middle of the woods, it'll be safe. And so you think, oh, that's campground, it should be quiet, and then it ends up not being quiet at all, and you're like, I don't understand. Alright. We can jog a little. Back from doing a hygiene? Excellent. Alright. Yeah, so my plan is where the road curves, I'm literally just going to keep you know, going straight through, because I want to say... Yeah, straight through would take us straight to the lake. So I want to clear enough space so they'll be able to get vehicles in and out of there. But some of the early missions will probably be for people to get, you know, sacks to go get gravel out, asphalt. Oh, right. The map doesn't do it this way. We'll have it right at the flat. Or you know what? No, that's fine. So what I will do is I will grab the chair out of my inventory so I'm not lugging it around anymore. I'll place it back here. And recover that. But yeah, so I'm thinking we could do is if people go and run to get gravel, we could use gravel to make a road that goes this way. Straight to that lake. And we'll just need to clear a path through the trees for it. And then people can start like building their homes around it. People can get as fancy or as not fancy as they want. If people want to, you know, take the time to go and get, you know, the drywall plaster and everything and plaster up their walls and paint them, they can do that. If people just want to make themselves like a little shed, they can do that too. That's what I'm envisioning. I'm hoping people have the interest to doing that. Because it's good to have kind of a big project when you're running the servers. Like some overarching objective. Otherwise, people kind of just meander, they collect loot for a while, and then often they'll start losing interest because there's not that. Or you end up having where, you know, some people do stuff like Twitch integration stuff to like keep curveballs going on. We don't have that set up. I don't really think I'm going to. The question, with fire spread off, does it still spread from zombie to zombie, or is it just completely disabled? Just assume fire's going to do you no good, is the way I would go about it. Is that, like, very genuinely trying to use the fire for anything meaningful is going to just not be effective. So if you're thinking about doing a burn on the zombies, you're probably wasting your time. Okay. But your arson? It's not gonna do much good. That's honestly, you'll generally find the vast majority of servers will have fire spread turned off and greatly limit the opportunities you can have with fire. It's just way too easy to make it incredibly destructive. It's also those things that can cause servers all sorts of performance issues where you accidentally start off a fire in, like, Louisville or whatever. It starts burning through apartment buildings and all that, and then you're like, why is my server running like terrible? Oh, half a city's on fire. Okay. I can't remember who that was. There was a friend of the channel who was running their server. They ended up having to basically revert their map, and it was because of fire spread. That someone had started a fire in, I think, Louisville, and they weren't even that worried about Louisville getting burned. It was just the fact that it was killing their poor server's performance. Alright. Can't wait to see the new fire, the next version. Yeah, considering one of their priorities with changing the fire, if I remember correctly, is they specifically were trying to tackle, like, fire as a weapon and kind of give it more, make it not as effective kind of thing as well. Oh, going weak, obese, and unfit was definitely not the move for doing some lumberjacking. as we've already hit peak exhaustion. Yeah. I mean, part of the thing is, like, there's a bunch of things that people will try when they're new to Project Zomboid. And so one of the things is people try to come up with ways to deal with the zombie bodies. That they learn that there's a mechanic that you get sick being around corpses too much. And they'll be like, oh, I need to get rid of all the bodies. That kind of thing. And one of the ones they'll always try is they'll try and stack the bodies on a fire, then light the fire because it will destroy the bodies. And inevitably they end up killing a good run because they stand slightly too close and they catch fire. Like that's just one of those things that happens. I'm already a third of the way up to my next point fitness. Oh, I didn't change the XP settings. I probably should make those a little bit faster. It is multiplayer. I also don't know. The server definitely didn't use default settings. So there's a good chance those settings might actually be turned up a little bit. I haven't really looked at it. How is everyone doing? Yes, we got the Wizard, Flem Sneezy, and Lardine on the south end of town. We got Kira and Donkey Duff in the neighborhoods. Sentient Cookie Vitez back at base. And Dev So Dusty checking the gas station. Doing good. How many people do we have on the server at the moment? Just trying to keep an eye if I have to, like, provision more. No, we're doing good. We've been hovering, like, right around the 9-10 mark. I actually probably could have gotten away without upgrading things. But I think it's good to keep it, like, to turn it up just because we were, like, right within one of maxing out what the server was originally provisioned for. Especially since we had someone in the community, Zidian, toss $30 at the channel, being like, here for the server. So we're still under budget in the sense that I haven't burned up all that money. That said, we're now right up to that point where we're at that amount, which I'm not worried about. Like, this isn't me asking for more money. It's just like, if we had to provision more, then that's fine. Which I'm not worried about, at all one bit, one way or the other. The server seems to be running fine. Like, CPU's not in trouble. Yes, we're using most of the RAM, but that's normal for a server, is that it gobbles up all your RAM. And you only really worry if you start seeing, like, the performance dip. Just got Foraging 2. Not terrible. The XP feels like it's pretty good, considering I've done almost no fighting and all that, and I'm halfway to being a level up in my strength. And, like, I'm already a third of the way to a level up on fitness, and again, I haven't done hardly anything to get those skills right now. It definitely doesn't feel like it's bad. That said, I have no idea where we are compared to the defaults. And then foraging is mostly based around your results. Part of the thing that probably helps is there's not many runs that I get into that I get books right on the get-go. Which doesn't help with the fitness and all that. What is going to be worrisome is losing weight. Oh no, we're actually already down 2 kilograms. Okay, that's not too terrible. That'll be good to get the resting done. You like the XP gains? Yup. Like I said, I didn't configure everything on the server, so that's whatever they set their default. It wouldn't surprise me to find it's like double speed or something like that, which honestly I think is reasonable for multiplayer and all that. 103 kilograms? Yep. I always start my character weak obese and unfit. The only exception I did is when we did the multiplayer PvP thing. I guess that was, I mean, it'd be last week now, but last week. I wasn't going to go in there with my normal 0 to hero because the idea is you were expected most rounds to die, so there's that. Honestly, with that whole thing with the multiplayer PvP, we only died in the very last round. Now I think about it, it's only the very last round we're like, no, we're PvPing on this one. Was the only round I did die in that. because he starts, you know, skulking behind someone. We opened fire, and then there's a person up in a tower just blasted us. Not seeing any zombies, which surprises me. All right. So if people want another mission we could be working on, it is to acquire an unreasonable number of sacks. Which is going to sound like a very weird request, but we're gonna need those. I think the best place to find that kind of stuff is some of the warehouses. You'll be able to find, like, the sack of potatoes and all that. And I believe you can empty those out and get a bunch of sacks that way. Because a lot of stuff's going to rot anyway, so it's not any good to us. Does fertilizer give you a sack when used? Man, I don't even remember... No, I remember fertilizer's thing. I think so. I think you need a sack to put fertilizer in, and therefore you should get a sack back. I totally forgot fertilizer was a mechanic in this game. I'm just pushing my luck here and just cutting a path knowing I'm fully exerted because I don't feel like sitting in the chair all day. Because the thought would be is to you'll probably want to get the a truck and a trailer just so it doesn't take you a billion trips, is to find some place you can find a ridiculous amount of the, what is it? Gravel. Start loading up gravel so I could start making a road that stays here. Because your choices would be to burn a ridiculous number of nails and wood to make a road, which I wouldn't recommend. Or just start collecting as much gravel as possible and then making a road. You've done the wooden road? Never again. I have too. Is that strength I just got? Can't believe you made a server. Feels like a dream. Yeah, no, it was not this past month. It technically took me a little longer. But in the month before that, we had sub goals. And one of the sub goals was if we got enough subs, we would host a server of whatever people wanted me to host a server for. We'd have a vote for it, and Project Zomboid did win. Which wasn't too surprising when that came down to it. Alright. I've been trying to come up with more, like, sub-goal stuff for, like, we're doing the plus push. But, I mean, my issue is mostly, like, with stuff like this, it's like, oh, I could have, like, oh, I could just do, like, another multiplayer server thing. I could do, like... But I kind of want to see how this goes first. Like, right now, we're getting really good results at the beginning. 14 bags of, sand and 14 of gravel? Okay, well, the 14 bags of gravel we can start putting down the road here. I think the sand we would just want to empty out someplace, fill those up with gravel. But that'd be good. That'd be 26 bags per trip. That'd get, you know, it would take a number of trips, certainly. But we could certainly carve our way through here to the lake, make ourselves a road. You might just have to not go to work tomorrow. Well, don't lose your job over it. My intention is to leave the server up for as long as people seem to be enjoying it. But, as far as streaming it goes, I am thinking about having, like, 3 or so days a week where I commit, like, half the stream to playing Zomboid on the server, you know, and then keeping the other stuff going on. Because I definitely don't want to act, you know, I don't want to get into the situation where, like, suddenly I stop playing Kenshi, suddenly I stop playing Farm Sim, and, you know, I'm playing a bit less RimWorld. I had a whole conversation, I think it was last stream, that it did sort of become a thing where I was getting more and more feedback that people were pretty burnt out on RimWorld. And so I was having that, like, and I was having that feeling as well. I was getting more and more of a feeling that not as many people were tuning in for it.
Thank you, Dev So Dusty, for subscribing for 21 months.
Thank you, Dev So Dusty, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It helps a whole heck of a lot, and you've been subbed to the channel for 21 months, so thank you so much for that. It does help a whole lot. And as a reminder, we are in our plus push. So those subs really, really, really mean a lot right now, more than ever. For those who don't know what the plus push is, it is a thing on Twitch where basically if we get enough people to sub to the channel, kind of that thing, then what ends up happening is I, as a content creator, get a 20% increase of revenue for every sub that comes to the channel for a full year after the point we qualify. So to give you an idea what that means is normally if you spend, say, $5 on a sub, it varies price region to region. If you spend $5, I normally get $2.50. That would mean I would get 20% more. So that is huge for me. That is like getting a straight up 20% raise. So I have been pushing for that. The caveat with that is only tier 1, 2, and 3 subs you buy for yourself count. Prime subs and gifted subs do not count towards that end. I still do appreciate all those things, and any way you want to support the channel absolutely helps. But for anyone looking that they might debate gifting a sub or bits or whatever, my big ask is if I can convince you to instead support in the other way of, you know, upgrading your own sub, that'll go the longest way. And I'm just mentioning that because we just got another plus point. We're about not quite third of the way through what we need to achieve for the month of March. Which it is based on the month. It's not like a rolling thing. It's like literally from the first day of a month to the end of the month, did you get 100 plus points during that time frame? All right, we're watching Crying Foxes.
Thank you, Rockchalk JP, for subscribing for 4 months.
And thank you, Rockchalk JP, for the tier 1 sub and kicking off a hype train. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to channel for 4 months. Thank you so much for the continued support and putting another point on our plus points. Getting there little by little. And as a side note, we are planning on doing a streamathon on the 5th. So not this month, but next month on the 5th, to celebrate 2 years of me being a partnered Twitch streamer and all that stuff. Who wants to come to movie night? What time does movie night need to start? Oh, you already found a sledgehammer. Jeez. Do the higher tiers count for more? Yes. So tier 1 subs count for 1 point. Tier 2 subs count for 2 points. Tier 3 subs count for 6 points. So what that means is usually tier 1 and 2, tier 2 cost twice as much as a tier 1. So it's just, you just flat increased. And a tier 3 is like 5 times the price of a tier 1, so you get kind of like an extra freebie point on top for doing a tier 3. But what time is movie night? How does now 9 p.m.? 9 p.m. sounds good. I should be able to make 9 p.m. I checked my calendar. 9 p.m. feels like it's a doable time. Because we're gonna rest here, and it should give me just about enough time to be able to jog back home to make it in time. Because I managed to already carve a path through.
Thank you, Jason040914, for subscribing for 9 months.
Thank you, Jason, so much for the tier 3 sub. That is extremely generous of you. I really, really, really do appreciate putting 6 extra points on the clock. Also pushing us over the third of the way mark. So thank you so much for that. That is incredibly generous. And you have been subbed to the channel for 9 months, and I do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I hope you enjoy your advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emote. Also, because I forget to mention this a lot, and that's on me, if you get a tier 2 sub, you can DM me on Discord and let me know that what I can end up doing is I can have the bot, when you say something for the first time in the channel in a day, that they can say like a 1 or 2 sentence thing, like welcome you in the channel. Just kind of like a little fun announcement thing. And for a tier 3 sub, I am willing to do like a sound effect kind of thing. It's not going to be a jump scary kind of thing or something like that that'll be very disruptive, so you won't hear like, you know, the knock 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 FBI open up or some like scream or whatever. It'll be something that kind of fits the channel vibe. But like, to give you an example of what we do have, as I've only had one person who's actually gone through with the request, and this is what they requested. And it'll be fun because it didn't play earlier. Oh, it's Burnin' Sun. Because I don't even remember what the context that brought it up. We were talking about the Wilhelm scream, and I was just kind of going like, you know, making a comment about the Wilhelm scream, and I was really bad at it. I don't even know. All right, we're gonna start walking home because we don't want to miss movie night. Because apparently we're having movie night tonight, and if I don't start walking now, I'm not gonna make it in time. I'll miss out on the movie. It just makes me think, it's like, Mom said dinner time was 6 p.m., and if I didn't get there, that was a time that I would have to figure out dinner. Which was very genuinely thinking back to the stuff my parents had to deal with me with a teenager. I don't know how my mom dealt with the logistics of planning dinner with 3 teenagers in that house. Because when we were there, we would eat them out of house and home because that's what teenagers do. At the same time, whether we were going to be home on any given night to eat dinner was its own mess of figuring things out. I feel like we were pretty good about letting her know when we were and weren't going to be there. But it also feels like that might just be me thinking that in my head. Alright, we're trying to hustle a little bit. We don't want to be late. We're watching, I think it was The Crying Foxes was the name of the movie. I haven't seen this one. I've heard good things. And it looks like we are currently shopping for additional bookshelves. Let's see, you just want to bet against your pop. He said that the Grizzlies can't get in a tree. And I told him that they could... They both get up in a tree? Okay. I actually didn't think Grizzlies could climb trees either. I've never particularly looked into it though, so I have no real idea. You know, if someone was like, they can, I'd be like, cool. I wouldn't have a reason to question it. No, actually, I guess Grizzlies could. Kodiak don't sound like they could. Well, no, I know a lot of bears can climb, like black bears, brown bears, but like Kodiak bears and like Grizzly I'm on the fence with. Like those are real, like a polar bear can't climb a tree. Those are just real big animals. That it gets more to not the physical capabilities of lifting their own weight so much as can this tree sustain this multiple ton animal, you know, just going up the side of it. Yeah, no, I wouldn't test it. I wouldn't bet my life on it. I'm trying to make it home on time. They're gonna break into the snacks before I'm back. The popcorn's gonna be mostly eaten. No, a polar bear just knocks down the tree. Exactly. It makes more sense to just deal with the obstacle in a more direct manner. But thanks so much for the hype train. For those who are wondering, going, wait, isn't there supposed to be Legos? So there's the situation of what the Lego kit situation looks like right now. The Lego kit got finished. We have pictures of it on the Discord and all that, but the Lego kit is done. All right. But yeah, we do have another Lego kit on the way. It's supposed to arrive by 7 p.m. tomorrow. We will see if it arrives enough in advance for me to have it. The hallmark of Elizabeth Proper, except she's in prison for life. Miss Popper, I'm Special Agent Carrie Jones. Mrs. Popper, please. I like to think of myself as being married, even though I ate my husband's eyes with the beans we had. Miss Popper, you know why you're here. There's been a series of cherry with a hint of lime. I'm sorry. The fizzy pop you just drank. Sweet on the surface, bitterness beneath? Mrs. Popper, we need your help to find... You think this killer is one of my students. My students would never be so sloppy. Sloppy? All the crime scenes have been completely... I'm talking about art, display, and this killer has been subpar. She has you right where she wants you. She's inside your head. That's not true. We've nearly caught the killer. Alarm blaring and screams. There is art in eye-popping. Agent Jones, I heard you received a medal for capturing the killer. I think often of your story about the crying of the foxes. I hope they're sleeping well now. Five stars on Letterboxd. Nice. The various shows in Project Zomboid, the VHSs you watched, a lot of them get super unhinged. Like, some of them try to be edgy, some of them are ridiculous. I mean, she talked about eating her late husband's eyeballs in rice. It's a rated R. The VHSs are great. Then there's the modded VHS. Oh, I don't even want to know it in the modded VHS. I'm sure some of them get terrible. I want to say there is one VHS that alludes to basically being like a sex tape kind of thing. Like, they don't go through like a whole thing so much as they kind of like allude to the idea of something being there and then just move on. There's like, oh, I know what this is supposed to be. Because there's something like Home Movie number 5 or whatever. I don't remember which number it was. Would you like all episodes of Star Trek Next Generation transcribed to text? No. No, I would not. It's a good series. Do I want to read it? No. No, I would not. You're back with the Cook Show. Brought to you by Kitten Knives, fine American cookware. Today, we're getting the taste of Asia with a frying pan. Now, minding you don't cut yourself with this. Super sharp kitten knife. Cut your pork to pieces and throw it into fry. Then add some fresh vegetables. I'm using an onion to start, then a bell pepper and eggplant. If you're hungry, then try it with some noodles. See, cooking can be fun and easy. And it's always healthy. Puts a smile on your face and bam! A spring in your step too. Now you have a great day. Oh yeah, with multiplayer not having sleep, it's just, you can just, drink as much as you like, there's nothing. I mean, the skill tapes aren't usually a bad choice. Because, like, we just gained a point in cooking right ago. I almost got a second point. It's just barely shy of getting a second point. If I make a salad or two, we'll knock it out. Okay, and we are peckish. I should have more food here. Oh, I'm gonna miss car zone. Fair. Let's start with the basics. Those clear things that let you see out, those are windows. I'm learning something new every day. Over time, your car's windows might need to be replaced. Frost and heat, loose stones in the road, accidents, lots of things can go wrong. Just put some duct tape over the holes. No, Fred, you can't see out through duct tape. Now, a car window is a little tricky. Side windows are easier. But, will be a little more skill, you can do windscreens. Get your screwdriver and carefully take it all away from the frame. Now, for a replacement, make sure it's the right size. Standard heavy-duty and sports car windows, all different size windows. When you're sure the window's the right size, pop it back in. Wow, I fixed it all by myself. Red, you replaced all the windows with pieces of wood. You can't see out. Aw, dang. Red and Jimmy in the car zone. Cool. Okay, I mean... So with that, I finished Mechanics 1. So it's time to go ahead and knock out Mechanics 2. Reading the books and then watching the VHSs is extremely powerful for speed leveling your crafting skills. He doesn't understand the demons that lurk and kick. Yeah, it is one of those things that worries me with a lot of not specifically a kick thing, but just there's a lot of platforms that don't do a whole lot around moderation in general. Kick is just one of them. Oh no, I can't see what's saying to read it out. You'll just have to use your imagination. I hate using my imagination. No, I'm teasing. But it's just one of those things that there's issues that you end up with like fairly influential people on those platforms with some pretty awful takes. That they do get a very large viewer audience that, you know, is pretty problematic. But that's just one of those things with me with stuff like, you know, Kick and all that, where I'm like, yeah, there really is an obligation to deal with like various like content and all that being problematic. And just not, you know, letting anything goes. It's a reason I will never stream on Kick. Like, no judgment for those who do. Like, people gotta make their money and all that. And it is one of those things that is a place that some people will find growth. But for me personally, it's not a place I intend on going. Maybe someday if they manage to separate themselves out from like all the gambling stuff and the lack of moderation, maybe I'd consider it, but I don't see that happening. All right. I don't feel like running around in the dark. Okay, so how are you doing, little plants? You are well watered. And I have no idea what growth stage you're in. I believe young cabbage are the faster growing ones, so we should be okay. Harry Paul saying their gambling channels on Twitch. I'm not sure where the line is drawn. So I will say I would actually completely support, you know, just disallowing a lot of the gambling stuff on Twitch entirely. That's just my personal opinion. You know, it is whatever it is. So that's thing. The difference is you got to keep in mind that Twitch does have does have channels that allow gambling content. Sure. Well, thank you for hosting, Kira. I appreciate it. But Kira was thanking everyone for showing up for movie night. But to me, the big difference between the two platforms, and where one is more problematic than the other, is Kick is literally their main investor is Stake, which is a gambling website that, generally speaking, is not the most reputable of gambling websites even. So, like, literally the investors are a major thing on there. And then you also have on top of that, while Twitch does allow people to, like, play poker and that kind of stuff on it, they do have a lot of rules on Twitch about you're not allowed to have any gambling stuff that isn't, you know, like... If you're going to show, like, gambling websites, it has to be ones that are legal and all that. Yeah, there's a whole category allowing spreading crypto misinformation and scams. Are you talking about on Kick or Twitch? Yeah, so it sounds terrible, but not aware. So yeah, so it's like, to me, I look at Twitch, it's like, okay, they're doing something that, you know, they could definitely do better on Twitch. Ah, that's lovely. I'm not sure about which category that is because I'm not in it. But yeah, no, I like that absolutely I feel like should not be on Twitch either. Like the crypto misinformation and scams garbage. Like that's so it's not me saying like, you know, hey, look at Twitch, we're so amazing, so much as there is some very directly problematic stuff that happens on Kick that is a bit too far for me personally. Like, Twitch definitely has a lot it needs to deal with in its own right. I wouldn't say there's a single platform that is doing particularly well. But, like, it's also the thing I talked about, even if you take, like, your personal feelings about whether or not gambling should be permitted, whether or not this or that should be permitted, whether or not, you know, there are some people who are very absolutist with, like, freedom of speech stuff that you should be able to say, like, literally everything without consequence or whatever. And there is that stretch. But as a content creator, I even have to consider just the economics about the different platforms. And the fact of the matter, in 3 different areas that, you know, Kick is very much looking at a dangerous situation where it's one lawyer call from not being around anymore. They have an entire category dedicated to playing copywritten music and movies on Kick that they rebranded at one point, but it's literally they just play like the latest Avengers movie, the latest, you know, Disney movie, the latest whatever. Like, it's not someone being excused like, it's fair use, I'm doing a reaction. It's literally they pushes play and walks away, and, you know, they get revenue because of, like, the ad time and everything there, which 100% violates DMCA. And even if you don't like DMCA, the fact is the lawyers get good money for enforcing it. So it's just a matter of being relevant enough to piss off Mickey Mouse. And it's just kind of one of those things. And then, as a separate issue from that, you have the gambling stuff with there's a number of different countries who have started threatening Kick that they're saying, hey, you know, if you don't straighten this out, you're literally going to be banned from operating within our borders. And all that kind of stuff. And that's been a thing that's been going on as well. I have been grabbing food. I don't even know where we're keeping it's probably in the refrigerator. So that's another thing that's very likely to get them into trouble. I'll grab that and the berries. Where again, it's a matter of, you know, enough countries saying, hey, you're not allowed to operate here because, you know, you're exposing children to gambling stuff and whatnot. And that's another legal thing where, again, they're just like one lawyer call away from being shut down in that one. And then there's a bunch of countries who have rules about various types of speech that is just not permitted. And again, whether or not you agree with it, that's certainly one concern. But the fact of the matter is, like, countries like Germany, for example, have very strict rules around stuff like Nazi symbolism. That it's a very hard no on a lot of stuff. And that happens over there as well. And so it is one of those things that, you know, it's just a matter of time before they get the lawyer call and they get shut down. Or even then, right now they're being supported by a gambling website, and they're running into the thing that people are getting more and more abrasive towards that, and they kind of can't escape that shadow. The only way they get away from it is if that group divests themselves from Kick. Otherwise, even if they do keep things in the up and up, the fact that their primary website is a fairly predatory gambling company, you know, it's going to lead them into all sorts of litigation issues. So for me as a creator, when I look at Kick, the way I look at it is like, okay, you know what, maybe I could invest some time, make some quick money, and then get out before the whole house of cards come down. But realistically, that's not one thing. Like, I'm not interested in the short game. Like, if I was interested in the short game, I would have just stayed on Project Zomboid as hard as I could till the floor fell out and then quit streaming, but I'd like to keep doing this. So I still pop into Project Zomboid, but where I used to play it all the time, I don't anymore. Partly because it's just burning out, but I wanted to make my content more versatile so that when one game ebbs, my entire channel doesn't implode overnight. He said, you'd feel differently if Twitch was for adults only, but 13 plus? Yeah. It's one of those things when it comes to like the age groups with channel, or age group with platforms, that you can set a platform and say this is 18 plus, but unless you're going to do stuff like credit card verification or that, which is a death sentence like for any channel having to deal with that for the most part, there isn't really a way of working around that. Because most people, because of fear of like data leaks and, you know, anonymity and all that, won't do, like, even if they agree with what's happening on the website, they won't do the age verification. And then by and large, I can tell you when they were a lot stricter about age verification when I was younger on the internet, that crap didn't do anything because every kid figured out how to get around it. Anything, and mostly with gambling streams hiding in game categories, it's available for all. Yeah, to me, it's just Twitch needs to be better about its enforcement of its TOS. So stuff like miscategorizing your games. So where like you say, hey, I'm playing Project Zomboid, but then you pull it up and it's just a Marvel movie. Stuff like that. If they're a bit better about that, I don't envy any of the platforms and the moderation stuff they have to deal with. Because on one hand, I say they need to do better. On the other hand, I acknowledge it's really freaking hard to do. And a lot of it kind of really depends on having a lot of human bodies to throw at it. That there's just, you can use automation to hit the low-hanging fruit kind of thing, the very obvious stuff. But people are going to learn how you detect it, and they're going to tweak and adjust, and you're going to have to constantly improve your methods. Alright, let's line up so we're on the bottom of this road so we can make a straight line to make sure we're cleared from this side. Any tree we see in this path or above us, we knock out. Yeah, so I don't envy any of the platforms dealing with. Do I think Twitch does a great job? No, they do okay. I think they try. But I'd still say they only do okay. But that's kind of the difference, is they try, they do make some progress on it and all that. And then you have a number of other places that just really don't do well at all. Like they deliberately push back and say, yeah, we're just not going to moderate anything. You know, you moderate your own channels. The platform won't, like, you know, the platform will give you your quote-unquote freedom to do whatever. And all that means is when you have the people who cause the harm, all they do is they start with one channel, they cause a bunch of problems, they get banned. And then they go to the next channel, they cause a bunch of problems, and they get banned. And they go to the next channel, and they cause a bunch of problems, and they get banned. And you get the idea. It ends up being whack-a-mole. Because on a platform, you've kind of allowed them to keep doing that. And usually with as many channels as there are, there's just no practical way to deal with it like that. Like, I know for a lot of people who I knew who hopped over onto Kick, moderation was one of the things that eventually just got frustrated with dealing with and they left. Yeah. Twitch certainly has its own problems it's got to deal with. Oh, my wood axe broke. Well, that's not what I wanted. Learning who's going, I had ice cream in your backpack you forgot about and it rotted. And everyone's like, no! A world without ice cream. Hey, John, how's it going? Where's all the tree zombies? I don't know. So, like, very genuinely, I was expecting to deal with some zombies over here, because we're over by this area. There's a lot of zombies in here. I expected this to be on the same grid. It's fine that there's not. I was just expecting it to be a little bit more involved than what I'm dealing with. Hey, Wishgant. It's good seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while. I've been doing pretty good. Just chilling, doing a little bit of multiplayer, all that good stuff. Server's up and running. And as a reminder for anyone who wants to be involved, you just hop on the Discord. The information is in the community server channel. Please read the rules. There's not many of them. Most of them are fairly obvious rules.
Thank you, Groots_Twig, for subscribing for 12 months.
Thank you, Trig, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. And you have been subbed to the channel for a whole heckin' year. That is a long freaking time. So I really do appreciate that continued support. So thank you so much for that continued support. And that puts another point on our plus points towards our push for the plus program. So we're getting pretty close to 40 out of 100. So that's good. We're a bit over a third of the way through, and we're not quite a third of the way through the month. So that's actually, no, that's actually a correct statement. Yes, we are not quite a third of the way through the month. So that's good to see. I'm trying to remember. Wood axe can be repaired with glue, if I recall correctly. The wood glue, not Elmer's. I think duct tape might also be able to work. Because we'll definitely want to repair that, because we got trees to heck and get rid of. Or I could just forage over here and, you know, deal with it that way. So how are we doing on our stats? We gained a couple points. We gained 1 in strength. Oh, we gained a point in maintenance earlier. That's what happened. Okay. I look forward to having some amount of fitness. Hey, we got a van driving by. Let's see who that was. That's Dev So Dusty. Let's see where people are. So everyone's mostly in the area. Got Dev So Dusty driving off. Flem Sneezy's checking out the house over there. We got a handful of people back at the main base. Vitas is exploring the nearby neighborhood. Alright, Senji Cookie, you sleep well and I hope you feel better. Blue's no fun. But the good cold medicine tends to be the sleepy time cold medicine. Just checking on 1 or 2 things, making sure everything's still running good. Good there. Let's see, how do these servers work with population and loot? You can change your configuration and all that kind of stuff. Well, we have the zombie population set to respawn per normal. The population is technically 8 times pop, but with this many people, you do just shred the zombies real fast. Where are all the zombies? Right now, I'm kind of out in the middle of the woods working on some projects. We're just resting real fast because we got exerted. We are playing multiplayer, so I've got 9, 10 different people running around in the area killing the zombies. So, you know, so things that, like, you can just go through the zombies. Multiplayer Project Zomboid is very different from single player. Normally when I play single player, I'm usually playing at like 16 times pop zombies, you know, just slamming hundreds of zombies down a day. But this has very much been an entirely different situation, just what we're dealing with settings-wise, multiplayer changes everything. And as far as loot goes, so normally the game is on rare loot, and it goes rare loot, very rare, extremely rare. We're on very rare, so slightly reduced loot from what you would normally have, while not being the absolute bottom. But loot respawn is turned on for multiplayer, and the reason we do that is because otherwise what ends up happening is whatever town you kind of spawn in ends up just getting picked clean really fast. And then, you know, for anyone new who joins in after that, there's just nothing to get started with. But the loot respawns, I believe it's once per week, which is a bit slower than I've seen other streams do it, or other games do it. I've seen some people who said it so every, like, once every in real life day, they reset it. And I've also seen some who have it set for every in game day. Can you respawn on this server? Yes. If you die, you'll lose your skills and your respawn. We're going to be adding the journal mod. It isn't on right now. It got installed but didn't get enabled correctly, which is on me. But normally what happens is you die, you lose all your skills. You can go back and kill your former self, get your stuff back. But there is a there is a mod that we're gonna have where you can basically go back home, like write down what are my skills in a book. It's the way the mod works. And then when you die, you can go find your book, read your book, and you'll get your skills back. Do you respawn at the Cracker Barrel? There is no Cracker Barrel. Someone threw fresh berries on the ground. Alright. The Locust style of playing? Yeah, pretty much. Can I get a shout out for Allison Adventures if I didn't get one already? Another fantastic creator. Also plays Project Zomboid quite a bit, so if you're looking for Project Zomboid content, you could definitely find that over there when they stream. I know you told me last time what your new run is, that you had been doing like in a very extreme cryogenic winter, but that run had died. I didn't hear what your new run was. But, so for those who don't know, check them out. Good times over there if you're looking for some Project Zomboid. Alright, we're waiting for these to grow in a little bit more. That's where you respawn your die? Nope. I know there's a reference I'm just not getting, but nope. I probably should claim a safe house for myself. I'm not too worried about it, honestly. The safe houses are just nice for storing your stuff, but I usually travel light anyways. And I usually, like, with the things I've learned with surviving in the game, I haven't really had a need for a bunch of stuff. Alright, so let's see if we have... Let's grab the duct tape and see if I can't repair the wood axe with that. It's been so long since I've repaired a wood axe. There we go. Because I was trying to remember. I knew you could do... That did not give me as much as I was expecting. Alright, that'll be the last repair we do of it. Yeah, so probably we won't worry about repairing this wood axe any more than we already have. I must have found it with like no condition already because it did not get much in the way of repairs. Anything we're still in desperate need of? Not that I'm aware of. I know people mentioned... Oh, here's the bags of gravel. Well, I can't carry those with me. Needing stuff? Not really. If people wanted a project to work on, if you're looking for something to do, we've got those bags of gravel out front, and I know someone mentioned there was like another 14 bags of gravel and sand in, I think it was the rural supply store, or whatever it is, and then like the shed next to it or whatever. If we could load those up onto a trailer, and where I'm starting to clear the path for making our own little city out in the woods, just because we can. It would be helpful to get that shipped over. There's tons of stuff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. In the farming station and the warehouse next to it. Yep, gotcha. Yeah, so if we could get like one of the trucks, the trailers, and just kind of load all of that stuff up. It'd help a lot. Yeah, no, I got you, Cookie. I haven't taken the time to get myself a car, and, you know, I'm being careful to just, like, not just yoink someone's car and all that. Make fortifications or a stronghold in that farm? Why? Just to be clear, usually when someone tells me I need to do something in a game or tells me to do something in a game, most of the time I'll go out of my way to not do that thing. That generally, no matter what platform you're on, telling the streamer what to do is referred to as backseat gaming. And few players tend to be okay with it. There's some that are fine with it, but few players tend to engage it. You should not get eaten? Well, I'm gonna go get eaten right now. No. Show you. Alright. Slowly getting that fitness. Oh, I could have read the cooking book, that's fine. Backseat gaming? Yeah, so backseat gaming is when you tell the person what to do. That could also involve like hints and tips and tricks and those kind of thing without permission. That generally speaking, it's considered bad etiquette to hop into a stream and say like, "Hey streamer, turn right. Hey streamer, you can climb over you need to go climb over that wall. Hey streamer, you need to build a house. Hey streamer, you need to boil that water before you drink it." Like, it's fine even if those are, like, how it works. But, it's kind of the same thing of, like, the joking, like, "Hey, do you want me to hand you the controller? Because right now you're trying to play the game." But that's generally speaking, it's very negatively received by most content creators. That said, there are some content creators who are okay with it, that'll explicitly say backseating is okay. But generally, you'll get a fairly negative response to that. Now, it can be different degrees. You'll have some people whose negative response will be to immediately ban you, which is probably... So I'd say the most common response is usually you'll have people say, "Don't do that," and then if you keep doing it, they'll ban you. You'll have some who just don't want to deal with it, and they'll ban you right away. And then you have some that the person will troll you, and you'll say like, "Hey, streamer, you need to drive your car over there." And they will deliberately and maliciously drive their car horrifically badly and keep asking you if they're doing it right. Just to frustrate you. It's actually a thing that keeps a lot of content creators out of certain categories of games. Like, you won't see very many people go into the Factorio category as like a new player and stay there very long, and it's because Factorio is notorious for just egregious levels of backseating. And that's true of Undertale as well. Like Undertale is another one of those game categories that you go into, and you almost have to be like, all right, I'm shutting down the stream so I could go enjoy this game because I can't do it with you here. Because a lot of people can't help but backseat really hard on it. It can also depend on the game too. Like, you know, a streamer who allowed backseating in TFT. You're gonna need to let me know what that acronym means, because in the context I have no idea which game you're talking about. The classic, unless it's just a common acronym, you might as well type it out, because you're gonna have to type it out, because I'm gonna ask you what it is, because I won't know what it is. Is League of Legends Battle Chess? Ah, well, I understand that is, but I understand what you're saying. I also don't know what that is, because I haven't paid attention to anything League of Legends or really Battle Chess. But I do understand what those words mean. Well, that's the whole thing. It was like Team Fortress 2. I was like, but backseating in Team Fortress 2. So, like, I didn't even know backseating was a thing. That Stronghold thing was just a joke. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I was like, that's the thing. Like, if it was actually a problem, I would have, sat there and been like, hey, you need to not. Which is not what I did. It was more like, hey, just so you know. Because unfortunately, especially in games like this, you will get people who don't mean it as a joke. And unfortunately in text, it's really hard to tell. But yeah, no, it's kind of the same thing with me as well when it comes to the backseating. Like, there's the backseating in the way of, like, telling me how to play the game kind of thing. Like, step-by-step instructions kind of thing. It doesn't matter what the game is, I will generally respond to that poorly. But, then there's the whole thing, like, if someone's giving me, a hint on game mechanics, there's definitely a point where I've played a game enough that I don't mind, because it stops being spoilery, because, if I was going to learn it, I would have already learned it by now, because I played the game enough, kind of thing. But, if you ever backseat, you'll do it like go left, you rat. Yeah, you'll probably get timed out and kicked or whatever. I should shop those trees? I don't know how you shop a tree. I don't understand. What's shopping a tree? Is that like going to like the local hardware store and like buying a Christmas tree, or like, if I was gonna go buy like some citrus tree to like grow in my yard or something, like I go to, the local Home Depot, or or not botanical, what the crap am I thinking about? Nursery, that's the word. Go to local nursery and buy it. But how would that work in Product Zomboid mechanics? Who would I pay? The Russian Badger reference? Gotcha. I personally haven't seen the Russian Badger, so it doesn't really mean much to me one way or the other. Nothing like good, bad, or otherwise. It's not someone I personally watched. Okay. Lasai. Alright, well that axe has already been repaired 3 times, so I'm gonna let the world garbage collection, as it were, take that axe and deal with it. I'll pick it up and I'll drop it on the road in case anyone else wants to deal with it. But it's already been repaired 3 times, so I don't think it's worth repairing anymore. Usually it's between 3 and 5 repairs. You're like, yeah, just tuck it. Okay. We've done a pretty good job of carving a path through to that lake where we can build ourselves an artificial road. You can eat cooked food now? Nice. Whoa. I would definitely have problems with that one, Wish can't. I hope you mean that in a joking way, cause like that's the kind of thing if someone's like first time chatter, it's like you look like a person who was there. I'd have been like, nope, you're out of the channel forever. I generally respond poorly to when people sit there. It's like, you look like name of individual. It's like, you know who I look like? Myself. I don't know, like, I guess there's a lot of people who feel that's a compliment to say, like, you look like insert name a famous person. And my response is usually, I don't care about that famous person, this means nothing. Oh, I meant as a compliment, it's like, oh, okay, it's just weird to, like, very genuine, it's weird to me. Yeah, no, if it's someone who's deliberately trying to start political crap, like, that's when people, you know, they bring up the Snowden thing. They're like, you look like just like Snowden. It's like, first of all, no. The jawline's, like, the entire shape of the head is entirely different. It's like, the only similar things is I wear glasses, I have blue eyes, and facial hair. It's like, you're trying too hard, man. But there's one time Badger was streaming. Oh, gotcha. You don't mean to offend you, but then you don't say it. Yeah, no, if you ever have to say, like, the whole, like, not to sound racist, but, or not to sound sexist, but, or not to, you know, sound offensive, but, the answer is whatever that was going to be after that but, you don't say it. Because, very clearly you are recognizing in your mind that the thing you are about to say sounds bad. And therefore, maybe you just take 2 seconds and go, my brain is trying to tell me something. My brain right now is trying to tell me I shouldn't say a thing. Yeah, you can still repair the axe. It's up here by me. It's been repaired 3 times. But, you know, it's like one of those things that, like, you can repair it. You're not going to get the good mileage out of it, but it is repairable. I think you can get 2 or 3 more repairs before it'll tell you to go fly a kite. It's cool, Wish? Maybe, yeah, we can just move on. Yeah, no, it's fine. We just want to move on. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that if you ever have to clarify something before you say the thing, that should usually be a strong indicator. Either you need to come up with a different way of wording the thing, if it's a totally fine thing to say, or you're subconsciously recognizing you shouldn't say the thing. You forgot that dinner was the thing in Project Zomboid? Now you gotta do the thing. Gonna make fancy food? That is one of the goals that so many people in Project Zomboid have given themselves, is to cook a cake. Because there actually is a cake recipe in Project Zomboid. But it is a huge pain in the butt to make happen. And it's also those ones that's very time limited. Because there's several ingredients that, you know, there's several ingredients that go bad real fast. You beeline to making pizza when you start? Yeah, pizza's another one. There's a handful of ingredients that for both of those recipes that after the early game, they're just gone. What can you bake in Project Zomboid? Well, you can bake a cake, you can cook a pizza. You can just do stuff like they have a deep pan that you can just cook a whole bunch of stuff in it, like make like a what's the word I'm looking for? Not quiche. What is it? Where you just put a bunch of stuff in a pan, you cook it. I'm blanking on it. Casserole. Casserole. You can make like casserole kind of stuff. You can also fry, you could like do, you know, like just kind of a stir fry. You can make salads. You can cook soups and stews in the game as well. Yeah, with your throat hurting, you're having problems, like, coming up with dinner. Yeah, usually when I'm in that situation, it's soup or something like Jello. Soup being the preference, like a decent stew or soup. Here, I'll grab this axe for you, Lardine. Like I said, it's been repaired 3 times, so when you repair it, you're not going to get much mileage out of it. But, I mean, it is an axe. Meanwhile, I'm going to start actually enabling search. You don't have soup? You have a bowl. You can put water and something in it. You always have soup. It may not be good, but soup is always a possibility. Aw, man. We got ourselves a roach. Nope. Big ol' nope on eating a millipede. Roach soup, what did you walk in on? Oh, I mean, we're not gonna make a soup. I mean, it's just boom, roach right in the mouth right now. Gotta have her snack. My character is suddenly slightly sad. I can't imagine why. Yeah, so I'm grabbing the chip stones and all that for making axes. I'm also just gaining carpentry or foraging skill. Oh, good. We got some parsley. An empty soda can? Heck yeah. Oh, I thought I was seeing it around there. Let's eat that bologna before it goes bad. Hey, streamer, I already ate the cockroach. Now you're just telling me to do things I did in the past. Look, if I want to eat the horse, I'll do what I want. Aw, sweet. We get to eat ourselves a caterpillar. Don't wait on that. Right away. No hesitation. Oh, thistle. That's actually reasonable. I don't know how I feel about reasonable. Why did you eat the roach? Because it's got calories. That's why you eat stuff, right? It's got calories and nutrition. Alright, so we tore up some clothes, that way we can, make stuff happen. It builds character. It builds something. Alright. So we're just making our way back to home base. I'm gonna make a bunch of stone axes. To start clearing up more trees. Yeah. More caterpillar. Unusual survival tactics? I mean, when you got the munchies, you got the munchies. Now, millipedes and centipedes, absolutely the heck no. Those are poison. Oh, but a cricket? Go ahead and take that with us.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So apparently we've already got a generator for whenever the power fails us. Which the power will fail between day 0 and 30, and I think we're on day 6? Are we on day 6? Yeah, no, because I think the 9th is the first day normally. There's a way we can find out. Boom. We are just about to hit day 6. Yeah, no, we can tuck the generator around, like, the side of the building somewhere or whatever. Most likely the area around this place will stay fairly clear. So we shouldn't have to worry too much about stuff causing trouble. Oh man, I can't tell you the last time I played Project Zomboid, I actually took the time to check the Life and Living or any of those programs. They're useful to catch, but it's one of those things that there's a lot of guides that I disagree with, that they'll be like, oh yeah, don't forget to make sure you catch the, you know, Life and Living channel at 6, 12, and 6 a.m., 12, and 6 p.m., or whatever the times were. I didn't actually want those twigs. And my counter argument is, okay, you can get some easy to gain skill points in a skill that's easy to level. Because those kind of things, you're like, no, there's a billion more important things you need to be doing that don't involve you staring at... Oh, it's a scarecrow's like, what? My crops are almost grown. Neat. Alright, so we'll drop the axe off over here. Oh, let's get that turned off so they're not being spammed by all the junk on the floor. We can drop the axe off for the people who want to try and fix that up and do stuff with it. Skill-wise, we can read the cooking and the foraging books. Alright. Doesn't that show also teach you recipes and how to build stuff? You can find magazines that give you all that stuff too. Like, there's a couple ways to learn a bunch of those recipes. It's just kind of one of those things that I don't know of anything on the TV shows that's that important to learn. That generally speaking, I've personally found strategically it makes more sense for me to not try and run down the like to basically hug around the television for the first week of the game to try and catch all recipes. To me, that's like the time to run around and go, let me see if I can't find the generator magazine. Let me see if I can't find a generator. Let me try and find a car. Let me secure a bunch of food. But if every 6 in-game hours you have to like run back to Like, run back to, like, the place. It's a whole thing. Oh no, Burning Sun died. Which the interesting part was before they died, yelled no and then mashed a bunch of letters. Which means they either assumed they were in the middle of being dragged down, or they got, like, bit and then let their character die. That they were aware of their death right before it happened to say something. Which does happen. You do have those situations where, like, oh, I just killed myself, and there's just nothing you can do to prevent it anymore. And then we had Foraging 2. Drag down? Yeah, I figured it was probably drag down. When you had a chance to say something, to, like, read it out, I was like, okay, it was probably drag down. But, like, it could always be one of those things that you got hit, you look over, you're like, oh, I'm bitten, and then just go, you know, let the zombies take you kind of thing. Alright. Later, John. And as a reminder, I am streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Twitch is where most of the people are, but I am up on all 3 platforms. I'm going to grab myself a new drink here in just a moment. Well, the wizard just died. Oh, you parked yourself by the lake, taking a quick nap in real life? Gotcha, you sleep well. Everyone's dying. It's pretty easy to die. Oh, oh, don't worry. You had gotten like 10 plus scratches, lacerations, and bite. Oh yeah, and that's one of those ones that when you start reading off that many injuries, you're like, okay, how many dice rolls did I get? What's my odds of winning those dice rolls? It's getting not so good. I mean, the bite you don't win, but you have those ones where you're like, oh yeah, I scored like 8 lacerations and 10 scratches. You're like, those odds of surviving that many dice rolls is not looking too good. Oh, I don't need to grab another drink. I got one right here. I forgot I staged one. Alright, so we read our books to catch up our skills. We can go grab ourselves a sippy sip. As you park a few chipped stones you found on the beach here for more extracting. Gotcha. Alright. We can drink. We can fill our water bottle. I was gonna check. Did we actually look to even see if there's any axes stashed away in here? I got our chipstone there. I'll go ahead and grab that. Because I probably have no shortage of, That's fine. You want to go on a road trip and kill some stuff? Not at the moment. I'm trying to work on the whole gravel thing. How much do you weigh? 18? That's perfect for us to put on our shoulders without any consideration of the well-being of our spine. Let's just feel that spine really flex. Really kind of reshape in a way it was never meant to be. But as a reminder, when we wrap up stream today, sometime after stream today, I'll put an announcement on the Discord. Once I figure out what I have to do to make the mods actually turn on, is I will go and I'll put up a post saying, like, hey, turning on the mods, like, find yourself someplace safe in the next half hour, because the mods didn't get turned on, and I know people want to have the journal mod. I think it's a good idea to have the journal mod, because sometimes you die from stuff that's really not your fault in multiplayer. That stuff like desync will get you. Zombie AI behavior getting funky and all that. Yeah, it's supposed to be modded Dev So Dusty, lightly modded. The mods are all installed. It makes you download them when you go to play it, but then they're apparently not turned on for some reason. So I gotta figure that out. But I can't do that while I'm playing, and I'm not gonna do that on stream. That'll be stream wraps up. I'll figure it out. I think I even know where I need to go to it. There's like one place where it puts all the IDs. And and then I need to go to a different place to actually like say to turn them on. So it's effectively 2 places I got to put them. So I got them in one, not the other. So that wasn't by intent. The big mod we're looking at adding that actually impacts things is the skill journal mod, which, like I said earlier, it basically lets you, when you want to take a minute to stop, your character can write down their skills. And it's basically an item that you can recover it and read it to get your skills back when you die. So it kind of gives you that Dark Souls thing where, oh, you died and you dropped all your souls, but you can go retrieve them. Now, unlike Dark Souls, it doesn't have it where you die a second time and they're gone forever. But it is a thing where you can, like, oh, you've lost all your skills that you worked for a long time on, and it becomes a quest to seek out your former self to get your book back. Or you can store your book, and it just means you'll lose whatever skills you had between those. Skill recovery journal? Yep. I normally don't run that, but in multiplayer, like I said, there's a lot of things that can go wrong that get you killed that I actually wouldn't blame on the player. Just, again, desync. I don't know if it still happens. It used to be an issue that you'd have sometimes the zombies would just vanish from existence, which is usually when you actually drag zombies from one it's not chunk. There are chunks, that's one thing. But like one large area of the map to a different area, and they disappear. And then sometimes it would reappear in another spot instantly, and if you were standing where they reappeared, they would absolutely kill you. Or you'd have sometimes... Yeah, cell, thank you. They would disappear from one cell, and they would just eventually just reappear into existence somewhere else. And if you happen to be standing there, there's a good chance you just died. I've also seen times where, like, a zombie's texture wouldn't load. And so you get grabbed by something that wasn't seen. I think that's also been fixed. Have I looked at the universal loot mod? Probably not. Generally, when it came to the mods for the server, I was trying to avoid much that changed the game because I wanted it to be accessible for brand new players and all that. The skill journal was the one big exception I was making so far, something that actually impacted stuff. Just because of a lot of people dying to stuff like desync, and I do know a lot of people don't enjoy playing the hardcore way that, you know, you can say the game is meant to be played, or the way like I play it. Am I only playing Project Zomboid tonight? I have not decided. To be very genuine, I have not decided that yet. I'm on the fence with it. Because on one hand, I don't want to sit here and have it a thing that, like, for several nights this week I'd play, like, full streams of Project Zomboid. I do want to hop on, play on the server for a while. I think what I want to do is I want to put half a stream in on Project Zomboid's server, and then we'll do half a stream on something else, and then I do that like 3-4 times throughout the week, is what I'm thinking I want to do. One of my fears is that, like, the moment I log off the server just dies. Because that's what happens with most servers with content creators, is when the creator isn't on, like, everyone bails. Because they want to be there for that. Which is fine if that's the case. Mods that change a lot also tend to update and bug fix a lot, which means the server has to restart every 20 minutes. Yeah, there's that, and you're asking for more things. It's not like they're playing with you. I mean, they're hanging out. This is a thing I'm notorious for in a lot of these games, by the way, is I do have a tendency... Like, I'll have a big project, but I'll have a tendency to just work on the big project I want to work on. Oh, this is going to upset some people the way this looks. It's fine. Do you have any stone axes? I have 2. I clicked too fast. But yeah, so it is like we're going to a common space. Like, we had a whole time, like, we actually went, Kira did like a movie night kind of thing. And so we all hung out for the movie night kind of thing. And that can be perfectly fine for the way you play multiplayer, is that everyone kind of does their own thing for a good chunk of the day, and then you kind of rally and do something as a group. Let's see, was that a meta event, or did someone find an M16? I haven't seen anyone travel far enough that they could have found an M16. I think people have been pretty good about not just splitting up in all sorts of directions. Because that's one of the things you run into when you're running a servers a lot of times. Like, we got, you know, Flem Sneezy's a little ways out here, but still just, like, at the farmhouse in the corner, that's totally fine. So, like, everyone's still basically around Lake Falls, except for Dev So Dusty's checking out the farmhouse to the east, which is totally fine. But it is one of those things when you run servers, and you'll have, like, one person in Riverside, one person in March Ridge, like, 2 in Muldrow, like, 3 in West Point. And you'll have, like, 10 people on your server, and you'll have no more than 2 people in one location. At which point you do kind of scratch your head and go, oh no, you're good, Dev. But saying, it is one of those things that you'll actually go into a server and everyone will be playing entirely independently and you're like, but why? Like, is this even multiplayer anymore? But, like I said, people have been pretty good about this one, that even though we're not staying right at the same spot, we're all kind of in the same general area. These bags of gravel are going way farther than I expected them to go. Oh, right, they get 4 units of gravel per bag. That's right. Let's see, has there been many deaths yet? Not too bad. I think we've had... I know Burning died. I know Wizard died. I think Bentley died once or twice. So, all things considered with Product Zomboid, a relatively quiet night on deaths. I just want to mark how far up we go. Okay, so here's the line for the north side of the road, because I want to kind of make it so like the road you could just drive straight forward. It'll probably skyrocket if you get past your social anxiety to join. Gotcha. Well, you know you're always welcome. No pressure one way or the other. Like, this meta event is bad for your area. It happens. But yeah, as far as where people are asking if I was going to do this the whole night or not, like I said, I've been on the fence about it. If I want to do like a whole 9 straight hours of Project Zomboid multiplayer stream, or if I want to do like the 4.5-ish, and then put up a vote to, you know, do something for do this for half the stream, then something for their half. My intention is to, even if we were to only do this half the stream, my intention would be that maybe not tomorrow, but like every other day, do like half a stream of Project Zomboid. The server will be up whether or not I'm online. Anyone's welcome to play, like, you know, on the server. That said, if you do run into someone who is doing stuff they ought not be doing, like deliberately sabotaging each other's stuff, that kind of stuff, you know, please let people know. We'll deal with it. And I will warn people if you're doing stuff that I have to put on my my admin hat, because, you know, dealing with it. Then I won't be super thrilled by that. Like, again, we're talking about people causing trouble. Not people being like, I don't know what to do, stuff like that. That's fine. But, like, you know, someone who goes over and deliberately drags zombies into someone's house, like, as, you know, it's just a prank, bro. Yeah, you won't last here very long. Gonna take the lack of response as probably needing help. Oh. They may also have not seen it because you might be just, like, focused on not dying. But yeah, we'll keep the server running. It's paid for a month, so I'm not going to turn it off for no reason over the month. I don't magically save money. Oh yeah, no, I've commented when I have to put on my admin moderator hat, where I gotta slap people for being no good. I usually don't slap gently in those cases, because, like, you know, if you're doing something you shouldn't be doing. If not, hopefully you'll learn pretty quick. Alright, heavy load. Oh, it's already getting hungry. That's no problem. We can go ahead and eat a cricket. Have ourselves a little caterpillar to go with our cricket. I mean, of the various bugs you've been eating, the crickets are probably the worst. In real life, the crickets would be the worst. But it's okay. It's okay, we're gonna chase that with a little parsley. Just straight up parsley. Okay. Got lacerated? Well, there's a 75% chance you're still alive. Fun start. You're out of bed. Took a laceration, but like all other ailments, if you pretend it doesn't exist, it doesn't affect you. At least it isn't a bite in the neck again. Yeah, it's fun because, like, people... I know I mentioned this a bunch. Like, people, when you watch me play Product Zomboid, the vast majority of time, it is just slaying. That's pretty much what you see me do, is just slaying zombies. And this time, I've killed like 25 zombies or whatever, just like the initial push into town. Otherwise, I've just been like farming and working on making this road and other stuff like that. You're just trying to do your part, killing Zeds. Don't know what the grand plans people are. So the plan I have that I'm working on is we've got where we all started. So for those who don't know, we're spawning up here in the boot camp where we've gone down to the town down here. And you can see people have been to pretty much everywhere in the town. They're exploring all the houses. We do have people who are exploring more broadly to like that farmhouse or the farmhouse out here. And that'll probably continue to happen as people need to look for loot. But what I'm thinking about doing for like our big project for the server is this lake over here, making our own town that we make ourselves over here, and just seeing what we can accomplish with that. And to me that sounds like fun, because that means if you're not into building stuff, well, we'll need someone to go into towns to acquire nails and, you know, other tools and, you know, deal with that. For people who just want to sit there and do like base building and organizing, we can do that as well. For people who want to do the farming, there's that. That should open some different opportunities around. And plus, honestly, if you just want to go out slaying, you just hop in a vehicle, grab a trailer, just drive into town, go slap some zombies, and, you know, that covers for other people who want to, you know, loot the bookstore, loot the grocery store, because, you know, we're not going to have much supplies out there. For people who want to like fish and farm and all that, there's stuff. I think that'll be a fun project. Because I could also see it being transactional in the sense that, you know, if you're someone who doesn't like building, but you'd like to have a place of your own, you could effectively do some type of trade or exchange or agreement or whatever you want to call it with someone else. You'd be like, hey, what's something you want? All right, I'll go make it a mission to go try and locate that for you, because I like, you know, scavenging or whatever. And you build me a little house over here. Alright, so we ran out of gravel. And I went too fast and canceled it. Yeah, so at the moment what I'm working on personally is this is the road that I'm like gonna branch off to go here. That way people don't have to like drive around trees and all that. And so I'm kind of doing is just using our axes and all that, and just trying to clear a straight route from where that road is all the way through to the lake, and starting to put down gravel and all that so the trees just don't regrow. And I've got the two extremes mostly cleared. It's just the end of this one I hadn't quite finished. And then once I get that, I just gotta clear a couple trees out of the middle. And then we should be good. And then anyone who wants to build out here, then, you know, they'll have to chop down their trees, make space and all that. Bird-Sun says, I devote myself to the Horde. Yep. Alright. I think this is also not a bad place to do it, because when you're making your own player stuff, I think on the multiplayer servers, the settings, the zombies can't break your walls and all that. I forgot how terrible stone axes are. I knew we had some sticks around here. Your leg got scratched going over a hardware fence, you just didn't want to deal with it. Hey, you know what? That's the way Project Zomboid is. I've done that before. If I'm at the beginning of a run and like right at the beginning, like, you know, I do something and like lacerate my leg. You know, if it's a zombie laceration that earlier, I'll just kill my character. Cause like, yeah, you know, if we're on day 1, 2, or 3, it's not worth me, you know, dragging this out. Okay. Bar is overrun. I'm assuming that's the bar on the south end of Lake Fallis. It's the only bar I can think of anywhere nearby. All right. Oh, I forgot how terrible stone axes were. We did a, it's been so long. We did a run where I literally just went to the far southwest, just north of the military base, the secret military base. So there's like nothing nearby, no water or anything. And we basically just had a run where I started from there, and we effectively lived in the wilderness and built up from that. It was to demonstrate, because one of the common questions you get when you play Project Zomboid a lot is people be like, oh, where should I start? Where's the correct place to start, kind of thing? It's like, well, don't think of it like that. You can start literally anywhere in the game. Oh, what do I need to start? And like a lot of stuff like that, and it's like, that's, you're already on the wrong foot. Like, there's nothing in the game you actually need to have a run. So it's kind of one of those things that I did it just to show that, like, I think there was like 2 tools you needed. There's like only 2 things you needed, like, to really have a chance in a run. And the first one is you needed something you could store water in. That was the first one. Like cooking pot, saucepan, something you can cook water, like you can boil water in. That was the first, you do actually need it. If you're going in the middle of nowhere, if you get a lake or something like that, then you get a little bit more opportunities. I don't know if it's still true, like, because the, you know, footwear, I mean, yeah, footwear is all that. Your vote is from Morkenchi? Yeah, I'll probably put up a poll here in a couple minutes. I'm So the thing is, if I put Project Zomboid, the server, on there, it's winning. Like, I understand how this works. If I put me playing the entire night with Project Zomboid, the server, it wins. There isn't a, it might win. It wins. It's the game I'm already playing. You know, it is the, like, debut of a server, that kind of thing. The level of an advantage it has is ridiculous. Alright, Darth. You have a good one. You sleep well. But that's just kind of the thing. I also don't think I'm going to put Rimworld on the list tonight, because it's been a thing that Rimworld's been winning a lot of the polls for what we vote on to play. But then, quite a bit, I've seen the viewership dip when I switch to Rimworld, and I've also had a lot of people vocal that, you know, like, they're, like, not that Rimworld's bad or anything, they're just burnt out on it. And that's just because, like, not only me, but a lot of the channels that we share an audience with, a lot of us have been doing Rimworld pretty consecutively since, like, October. And so a lot of people are like, I love this game, but also I would really like to see more than that. So I could see doing a poll and putting a handful of games. And like I said, you're all welcome to play as much Project Zomboid in the server. Like, if you want to keep people on the server 24/7, go for it. Basically, until the month's over, it goes the whole time. If people are still jamming on it, having a good time at the end of the month, we'll renew it and keep it going. If, you know, like, at some point, like 2-3 weeks later, like, it winds down and people aren't really feeling it, then we let it, you know, when it expires kind of thing. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna go a little bit longer before I do the vote. But then, yeah, we could put up a poll and see what people want to see. Because we've got a run of Kenshi going, we've got Farm Sim going. I don't want to abandon the Rimworld run that we've got going, the whole tile challenge. Like, I don't want it to, like, fully go. But I am thinking that we'll probably make that like a once a week thing to keep it on the roster till it dies. Because that feels like enough to, like, keep it around without fully abandoning it, but not make it such a big deal. Yeah, so you got a bunch of tree branches. All right. I'm going to start working my way back to the house to drop off the sacks that were full of gravel, because we're out of that. Gravel's always good. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I think I'll do a poll. I'll put Kenshi on there. I'll put Farm Sim on there. We finally did try that Garden Life game the other day. I think it's a good game, in generally speaking. I don't think it's a game many people are going to be into. For the record of what that is, Garden Life is a cozy simulator game. Like, that's literally its branding. But they gave me a key, and I've been intending to check it out. It is one of those games that there is, like, strategy doesn't exist. Challenge doesn't exist. Difficulty doesn't exist. It is kind of, it's not quite a creative game in the sense of how you're playing. It's sort of like going into, like, Minecraft creative mode and just building a thing. Is how it feels, even in its story mode. That, you know, you huck some plants in the ground, you hit some buttons, you turn the thing in, you get some money, and now you might get more varieties of plants. And that the way you get money is, I'll be like, I want 30 roses. Cool. It does have a few things I'd like to see them change, like, you end up pruning the flowers with, like, your little snips, and that's fine at the beginning. But they didn't really have a tool upgrade to make that not as laborious, whereas the other tools did, and so it felt like, you know, it'd be nice if they would change that. Oh, good, a termite we can eat. Sounds terrible. But like, all in all, as well as games that, like, it's a kind of game you really only want to play when you're in that, I just kind of want to sit here and, like, you know, sit here and work on my little garden, work on my little thing, not have to like think about the time of day or, you know, be rushed or have any challenge, like any overarching thing. So for a lot of people, it's just not going to be the game for them. You need weapon condition indicator. Yeah, so that's all the mods that's installed but didn't get enabled. Like I said, after stream today, I'm going to figure out how the heck to enable those things. Which, like I said, I'm pretty sure I already know what I need to do to fix that. But I just need to actually do it. There's on the server, there's 2 different places I have to put the information in. I think I just need to have it in both places. Versus I put it in one, it installed this, like, all the mods, and then when I went to join the server, it says, hey, you need all these, and auto-downloaded the ones I was missing. So, like, cool, we're set up. I didn't think to go in and actually go through the individual mods and make sure they're all working, because I'm used to playing single player, and there's not the idea of I started a map with the mod installed but not turned on in that map. So that's a head scratcher to me that it works that way. That's fine. But yeah, I've been very happy with the debut of this. I mentioned the whole time leading up to this, I had no idea what the response was going to be. Whether we were going to have, you know, 2-3 people pop on and hang out, or I'd have 20 people pop on and go, what the heck to do? We had the server set up for roughly 10 people to be able to join before it started having an issue. Oh, that's not what I want. Alright, so. Drop my bag. So we're not overburned. Okay. Rotten stuff. I got so used to there being no enemies around here. I don't know if those are respawned or stuff that got drug in here from noise or whatever. But had some friends over there on the side of the road. Go ahead and make those into axes for later. Is this multiplayer? Yes. We have been doing multiplayer so far tonight. It is a server we got set up. As a reminder, if you're like, wait a second, you're playing multiplayer, I never knew that was going to happen. The Discord. You should get on the Discord. It's not that I want to have to bully everyone again to Discord. I know it sucks to be on a billion Discords. I 100% understand it. But very genuinely figuring out when I'm going to be streaming outside my normal hours, when I'm going to take a day off, when there's going to be a subathon, when there's going to be a charity stream, when there's going to be a sponsored thing, when I'm going to do multiplayer. Being able to weigh in on what games we play on the channel, all that stuff happens on the Discord. And I wish I didn't have to bully people to Discord, but Twitch doesn't give me a place to put that on Twitch. So, the Discord. It's just the nature of hobby. Do I get to harvest some cabbage? Heck yeah, I'm not even going to wait for those to flower to the point they get more, because I can actually gain some skills from this. That wasn't the right button. I just removed those cabbage from existence in the universe. Look, that one set of cabbage, just not good. We could do better. But yeah, this has been just like the difference for me is like actually doing all this stuff. Yeah, the cabbage looked at me funny. I mean, it's just, look, it wasn't my fault. It was definitely the cabbage's fault. But yeah, so it'll be after stream today. Gotta do like a little bit of work on the server. Nothing super dire. We only had one issue I'd say was actually a big problem that we dealt with right at the beginning, and that was like time was weirdly passing really fast. Like really fast. It's like a 20-minute day, and we nipped that in the bud right away because we're like, oh no, that cannot wait till after stream to fix. Where do I want to put? I guess I'll put all the sacks over here. Is there any skills being maxed out again? No, we're good for the moment. We need to get our water. Scratch your forearm and all that. That's no fun. Don't do that. Like 7% chance each one? Yeah, each scratch is 7%, and a laceration is a 25% chance, and a bite is don't get bitten. Now we can go ahead and put all of our fresh cabbage into the freezer. And we'll enjoy the fruits of our labor by eating our brand new fresh cabbage salad. Which, you know, is actually a perfectly normal salad compared to 90% of the stuff I do make, and it calls it a salad in the game. You know, cabbage salad is actually just, you know, straight up a type of salad. Okay, so what I do think I am going to do is I do think I'm going to do half the stream on Project Zomboid, half the stream, you know, other games. That said, for everyone who is on the stream right now, or everyone who's on the server right now, you're welcome to be there. Anyone who wants to join on the server, absolutely, you're welcome to hang out, join. It's what it's there for. It's being paid for people to play on it. It won't upset me if I pop on, like, the next day and there's, like, by that lake, you know, someone's got a building or two knocked out, or, you know, something that isn't, you know, is in progress or whatever, or like if, you know, I come back and there's people like walking around with a military backpack and an assault rifle or whatever, that is all fine. Don't feel like but streamer isn't on, I'm gonna ruin things or something like that. Hey, Milk Toast, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream today. And what were we streaming and all that good stuff, if, you know, pop it in here. So we can shout out. But what were we streaming today? How was your stream? All that good stuff. And whatnot. We were playing Project Zomboid. Rage. Gotcha. We were doing something a little bit different than normal. I actually don't usually play multiplayer Project Zomboid. In the past, I played Project Zomboid. It's usually sweaty amounts of zombie fighting. But yeah, so if you're looking for more Project Zomboid, you can find that over there with Milk Toast, so go ahead and check them out. But yeah, I was actually getting ready to switch games here in just a second, but before I do that, for those popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life on Hard than Apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten, but I am a variety streamer, so I play a whole range of games between, like, lately I've been doing, like, Kenshi and RimWorld and Farming Simulator, a little bit of Project Zomboid here and there. Man, what else have I been playing lately? Project Zomboid today, finally, have covered a 300-plus tile road of gravel. I am actually working on something not very far from what you're describing, actually. I'm very at the beginning of it, though. Because we just started this server with my community, and the project that I've been taking on is kind of like the big project I want to do. Is we're in Lake Fallis, and you can see there's a little lake over here. I am building a road straight over this way. I've already got most of the trees cut out of the way, and are going to build a little town over there as like a long-term project. So I have started laying the gravel. I'm only about this far. So I'm definitely not 300 tiles in or anywhere near done. But I have started the project. But yeah, normally when I play Project Zomboid, just because of what I get known for, usually I'm throwing down and just fighting completely unreasonable amounts of zombies pretty endlessly. But with the server, I've kind of just gone, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to farm, and I'm going to build stuff. And I'm going to let everyone else deal with the fighting the zombies and ransacking stuff. In doing that, I've done my time. Our characters didn't... I heard what sounded like someone smashing a door. And then I heard what sounded like someone getting squished. I'm pretty sure there's a zombie out back. Look, sir. Sir. You could tell both of us surprised the other one, because Rock went to shove me and I immediately went to smack him with the rolling pin. Well, maybe I heard things and someone already took care of it. That's fine. That'll happen. Oh, hey. Keys for the building. That's convenient. A zombie came in while you were reading, lacerated. That's no fun. We do intend on adding, there's a mod to make it so you can restore your skills after death by using a journal thing. It is one of those things that, you know, I do intend to take care of. Lardine says help. Help, where's Lardine? The wizard there south of you, Burning Sun there west of you. They are on the opposite side of town for me. I don't know if I can get there in time to do anything. Especially considering I'm slightly overburned, need to ditch stuff real fast. I'll dump the tree branches and these in here. I'm just trying to ditch some weight so I don't exhaust trying to get to you and then arrive to be useless. Help is on the way. We are unfit, obese, and weak, and we are on our way. We also have no meaningful amount of skills because I started with literally nothing. But that hasn't stopped us before, and it won't stop us now. He's shooting. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and go the other way. That sounds like a self-inflicted problem down there. Because when you go down, you start blast... Wait, there's a book on the ground? Who's leaving books on the ground? Like, it's one thing when they're inside the base because we have a lack of storage, but just out in the yard. Come on, man. Alright. So with that said, like I was saying, I was getting right about to switch games. Because normally what I do on the channel is I do stream for 9 hours of stream. So I do end up having the whole thing where I spend half the time streaming one game, then I switch to the other game. And usually what I'll do is most days I'll have a poll halfway through stream being like what people want to see. You're still trying to find your backpack? Oh, that's no fun. There, turn off that alarm so it stops going off. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and get the poll going. So bear with me for that while I get that set up because I won't be able to see chat. You lost your boonie hat? Yeah, as a warning, hats and glasses, if you leave them on the ground, even if you place them, will disappear. That's just a normal thing that happens. So what are we doing now? And I will say on our list to consider is Farming Simulator 22, Kenshi. And what else do we want to consider for the poll? We've got the pull different games going on here. Do I want to get something new on the list right now? A little scared to get something like Enshrouded or Nightingale on the list, or Pacific Drive. Pacific Drive is one I really want to check out. I need to buy that. I'll probably buy that later or whatever, and get that figured out. You know what? We're just gonna have a 50-50 pull. Kenshi or Farming Simulator 22. Get in there. The things they've got going on with that. If you don't see the poll, you need to refresh your browser, or if you're watching on mobile, you might need to reset your app to do it. But the things we've got going on is in Farming Simulator 22, we've been doing what is known as the Survivor Man Challenge, where we start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, and we build up from there. And it has been a lot of progress. We're getting right about ready to finally upgrade our poor little harvester. And then the other one is Kenshi, where we've been doing a crab raider run, where we started as a crab raider, and we've got a little army of crabs, and now we've actually expanded to having a couple of actual people to take care of them, because it's actually becoming a laborious problem caring for the crabs with just one person. And it's been going really good. The last stream, we actually wiped out the leaders of the Reaver bandits. They still have settlements that haven't been wiped out, but we took out their leadership. He is encaged in the anti-slaver town, and that is going to have ramifications where the world is going to change. So that's cool. It's looking very one-sided in Kenshi's favor, which makes sense. It's been a couple days since we've done some Kenshi. I don't actually know who our next target's going to be in there. It could start being going after the United Cities. It could be wiping out some of those Reaver camps and all that. We could go the Skeleton Bandits are also our enemy, and they're right in the area. Kill the beak things. Honestly, the beak things go down easy with the crabs, because they have the same weakness, and I have numbers. So it is one of those things that the crabs just swarm, and neither bothers defending. They just all attack all day long, and numbers win in that case. Alright, we'll grab our character a little snacky snack while we wait for that to go through. But yeah, so we'll work on that as well. Just gonna eat those cherries. Gonna get them while they're fresh. Go ahead and eat a lemon. Just raw lemon whole. Okay. But with that, as I mentioned before, this multiplayer server, we got it, set up for a month. You're welcome to join in. You just gotta join the Discord, go to the appropriate channel, get the information, yada yada, all that stuff. You don't have to not play while I'm on. Feel free to build and explore and loot and do those things. There's no fire spread on, so don't bother trying to arson things. It won't work. But the intention is for the community to play on it. So, by all means play on it. You don't need to wait for me to be on. I do plan on... I don't know if I'm thinking I won't play on it tomorrow, but I will play on it the day after that. For as long as people are continuing to hang out, I think I'll play on it every other day is what I'm thinking I will do. Because I do want to keep the content variety. I don't want to burn myself out in Project Zomboid again, because I did that after I went and got the world record and all that. Just for the people who popped in here real fast, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're not going to stay on the character, but to show you what we've got going on with that, I will just show you where my other character is at, as everything kind of weirdly hangs here in silence, making it all awkward. There you go. We're not going to run around and we're not going to go fight for a day or anything like that, so don't worry about that. So this is the run I've got alive right now. This is Venus Orozco, the Fashionista. This character, they don't wear any armor, because once you start, there's almost this weird scale that when you're brand new to the game, you put on your fire equipment and all that stuff, and you're I'm ready, and you realize that's bad. And so then you try and find that balance where you're okay, I've got decent defense without penalties. And then there's a point where you get to the end, you're what are you running around in? T-shirts and a short. If I get hit, I'm already messing up. But this is Venus Orozco. This is my really, really long run. Now you'll notice down here, This character has been alive for 1 year, 7 months, 15 days, and 10 hours, and has killed 172,128 zombies. Now, you might think it's like, oh my god, the whole map must be nearly clear. And you would be very wrong. This character has never left Louisville. This entire rest of the map, we have never left Louisville to see. We have only been in this, and we're only about a third of the way through clearing Louisville, because we are on the absolute maximum zombie population settings and all that kind of stuff. So this is the normal type of stuff you'd see on this, is character wake up and get slain. And you'll notice, you'd say, wait a second, I thought you said your record was 135,000. Right. This character does have more than my record, but between that character dying and, getting a new character, we had the record get beaten, and that person actually continued to play for like a full year and a half on that one run, and got to, it was Mr. Lamprey, got to his like 950-something thousand zombies killed before they did ultimately die to just, it wasn't just a, like, and this is by their words, not my own, it wasn't just like a mistake. They kind of like made a mistake that led to a mistake that led to a mistake that led to a mistake, and then they died trying to get out of a car, which is usually how these things go, is you just get like right up to that point. You just have that 1 minute of like brain off, inattention, and then your run ends. And that's the way all the marathon runs go. It's just like one moment of inattention or one moment of I did the dumb, and it's over. To give you an idea, the 3 really long characters I've had died, one was a zombie wearing orange by the prison, standing on top of corpses that all were wearing orange because it's a prison, and I didn't see them and got grabbed. And then the next one I had where I went for a swing against a zombie I shouldn't, like just tried to like pivot, turn, and hit them real fast, and missed and just got grabbed and bitten, or I got grabbed. It didn't matter what the injury was, it stunned me and I got overrun. And that was just one moment of, like, I had no reason to do it. I wasn't in any real danger until I did the swing. When I did the swing, then I was in danger. I could have just literally kept backing up and everything would have been fine. But, yeah, that one moment you just do the dumb, and you died. And then the third one was a person wearing all gray, and that would be the record run, was all gray on a foggy, rainy day, standing on the street, not moving, and I walked right into them and got grabbed because they were dang near invisible. But that's how the marathon runs going there. Remember the trap thing, though? Oh, yeah, where the one, it didn't kill me, but it hurt me, but it broke a trap right as I was walking around to attack it, so it broke the trap and grabbed me real fast when I was trying to go around the trap to kill it, because it's breaking my trap. But yeah, so that's the normal type of stuff you'll see me doing in Project Zomboid, is like sweaty, try hard. Like, it's not the hardest things where it's really grindy, it's just absurd number of zombies, but that's saying I don't play it that much these days. I burnt out pretty hard, and I'm trying to not play it to a point that, like, when Build 42 drops, I want to be mostly fresh that I'm down to play. And we were switching to Kenshi. Okay, so let me go ahead and get everything switched over real fast. It'll take me just a minute. For those who are unfamiliar with what the game is, Kenshi is a open world RPG. The world is terrible, awful, and, nothing is happiness and everything's terrible. It is a game where you get stronger by getting beaten the crap out of. You spend a lot of time face down in the dirt in your own blood to grow, get stronger. As I do this, for those over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be ending for you briefly while I switch categories, because those platforms don't support switching categories. Over here on Twitch, everything will just keep going per the normal. So don't forget to like and subscribe if you're over there on Twitch or TikTok and YouTube, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. I will keep this stuff up for the Project Zomboid server. If anyone does run into any problems on the Zomboid server, if you just, let people know that we can get it sorted out, I don't mind. If it is something like, hey, it'd be nice if you change the settings